Yo, what up, my people? Hey, what's up, everybody? How you guys doing? Thank you for joining us today. Again, Aluta continue. Mapambano yanaendelea. We're still fighting. Um, it's good to see my face here on the screen. And I think I'll say the same thing to y'all after you come here on the live stream. Aluta continue. I've just had the I've just had the all right, my brother is here as well. What's up, brother?
Oh, good. Oh, good. His Excellency, how are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. There's a beautiful smile on my face because right now I was just checking the updates, from um, our media director. He said to me something. He say, "Breaking hike." I need to put this here. All right, this is breaking news right here. All right, man,
Yeah.
this is amazing. Look at this. I'm getting source from everywhere. This is our brother here that has been um, very active in our WhatsApp group, and even me personally, is a brother that he's been sending to me news all the time. Like so, every time I look like I know a lot of things, but it's because of this brother right here. So let me share here. This is breaking. It's breaking news. Let me change the color a little bit. So this is what's going on, guys. Look at this. This is what's going on. Okay, it's something to celebrate right here. Breaking, Hike, Bisitima, Basomile, Vuchale, Alemamba, Makdala, Goshmeda, liberated from TPLIF. Come on, somebody. Shout out in the house, man. This is a huge victory. And then he wrote, push. This is our brother Sadek. He said, push, pray until something happens. This is what happens, when we come together, when we pray, and when we fight. This is what happens. So salute to all the soldiers, troops, and everybody who has been fighting for our people, to liberating them from from exploitation. So shout out to them. His Excellence.
His Excellency. This is
What's up, man?
this is amazing. So we're seeing a
Mm,
lot of shift in the country.
mm,
Uh, we obviously it's a time for a victory. At the same time, it's also a time to reflect, and
mm,
we know that it took a lot of sacrifice. It's a sacrifice
mm.
for everyone to leave their families,
Yeah.
to protect their motherland, and
Mm,
it's something that we should really honor, and it's not something easy. It takes a
mm,
lot of sacrifice and a lot of dedication.
mm,
Leave all your
mm,
comforts and join the front line. You
mm,
know,
mm, mm.
yeah, this is great news. Looking at it looks like these are like towns, right? If I'm
Yeah,
not
these are towns.
wow.
Towns that have been that were actually held before by TPLF, but now like they're bringing them back. God is good, man. God is good. This is
Wow.
what
Wow.
happened, and yeah, I was also very encouraged today by the there's two different tweets that actually the Prime Minister of Ethiopia you mentioned. Guys, I wish I can read a lot of tweets of so many leaders out there, but man, this thing touched me, all right? And I just need to read it here. I hope I hope a lot of African readers they have these powerful tweets, but let me read it out. It says the first one, it says he wrote this. I joined other African leaders in um, reiterating the that a continent of around 1.3 billion people needs a permanent voice and seats at the UNSC represented through a bloc. Issue and decisions that concern the continent cannot continue being addressed without continental representation.
Because this
Dang.
this has been going on for many years. I think even in the time of our former president Thabo Mbeki, this started in 2007, six somewhere there, where
Mm,
they've been pushing for an African representation on the Security Council of the UN.
mm,
And
mm.
14, 15 years later, we still where we were back then. And I know a lot of leaderships that were the leadership that was pushing for that agenda back then. Most of them are no longer in government, and I think that's one of the things that we should also be talking about in Africa, where there's no sometimes transition in terms of policy from one leadership to another, because there isn't really a common policy that's out there to develop the continent. So such an agenda or a plea has been there for more than 10 years, and somehow it seems like back then in 2008 it was very popular. There was a lot of support across the continent, but currently it seems like it also died down. And then now I think with the prime minister as well of Ethiopia trying to resuscitate this topic again, to say we haven't moved from our demand that we do need an African representative on the Security Council of the UN. And I think that's a really a good move that we should all subscribe to, and we should also all support, because we can't be in a continent of, as you said, 1 billion people, and we don't even have a single representative. It's really sure. I don't know how to even use any other words, but it's really a slap in the face, for Africa. And such things, maybe we really also need to review our membership. I know it's a bit extreme to say Africa should really review its stand on the UN, if it really is something that we still be part of. I know some people will say even our own AU is still has a lot of structural problems, and its own independence. It's also still questioned if our own headquarters, AU headquarters, is being funded by the Chinese. It leaves so much that we really, we will feel we have what we call captured. We had what we call state capture in our country, where some leaders have been brought into commission to really find out if the state was captured by what they call private businesses, private sector, capturing business government into how you, like, for example, how a president will nominate a minister or a commissioner or whatever, where now it's coming from the funders, the guys that from business that funded your campaign and stuff. And so we've had that, and currently you even think if China has captured, if our states are they captured, are they controlled, are they getting instruction from somewhere else? Those who are putting money into your country, they also dictate policy, they dictate who you put as a minister, who you put as a leader in your country, and also getting kickbacks in terms of maybe tenders and projects of the country. So because if obviously you are controlling the number one person, your number one is your president in every nation, supposed to be citizen number one in any country. And if citizen number one is captured by business, funded by business people, very influential business people who've invested billions in your country, or even in multinationals, and they now dictate to say, for foreign affairs, man, we are recommending so and so is also our body. And obviously, maybe with that department being held by so and so who's a friend of the business, they might get more business through that person or through the people that are in that structure, for example. So those are the things that we also need to ask ourselves. But the one about the UN Security Council is a big one. And I think Africa should really not be scared. I think the unity that we've been talking about, His Excellency, that unity will give us, like what our former president, President Julius Nyerere, what he said, that it might not make us rich. In fact, we are rich. We should not even doubt ourselves that we are poor. We should not even confess that in our day-to-day. Africa is rich. We are rich people in many aspects, because poverty also starts in the mind. If you do believe that you're poor, you might be poor, and you might have money, but the way you think might look poor to other people. So I think as Africa, we need to change our mind in terms of how we view ourselves as rich people, because we have rich culture. We can show our culture. Other people who claim to be civilized or claim to be so-called developed, they don't have what we have. So we need to embrace that we have cultures, we have languages, we have so many things that we can bring to the table. you know. And other things we are still developing, and everyone is developing, as you've once mentioned, that there is no developed country, because you are forever innovating and developing your nation. So going forward, this is an agenda that we also need to push, that we no more neocolonization, or no more being sidelined as Africa in terms of the mainstream politics. We have a voice, and we need to take it, and we need to say it, and we should speak with one voice to say, as African Union, we demand, we are tired of knocking. We've been begging now, and if they don't want, maybe it's time to say, hey, we need to review our, I know it's extreme, we need to review our participation in the UN. And if it comes
Of course, I would love that.
If it comes with sanctions, if it comes with whatever they want to put on Africa, Africans can survive. We don't really need a lot of things. We can survive. Sometimes I think we are too scared to take the bold statement to say, guys, if you don't want us to be part of this, or you don't want to hear our voices, we'll just go home. We thank you, but I think maybe we'll go home and go fix our issues. And maybe since you want us to fix our issues, I will not be part of the elite club. Since you are the elite
Let
club,
us take care of our business first. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you, brother. I need to cut you down a little bit, because otherwise I'm not gonna talk. I need to cut you down a little bit. I think what you're saying, I completely agree with you. It's ridiculous that we still do not have seat in UNSC. It's ridiculous. Like, guys, 1.3 billion people, who is representing them? That's why, now, man, I don't even understand. What is UN doing? I mean, not UN, AU doing? And not only that, but for me, honestly, Ezra, I'm not getting it. Like, not even AU, but even UN. I do not understand what in the world you don't have a representative, you don't have African seat from the continent, from Africa. And the same UN, they have so many projects going on in Africa every single, like, for me, I don't get it. Not even from Africa, but just UN itself, like organization. How come you don't have a representative from Africa? How come we don't have a seat? So they always make decision for Africa without having Africans there. How are we going to raise our voices? How are you going to know what matters to us? Because someone else is speaking for us. It's not us. It's not us. Honestly, I don't get it. Like, because even me, I was talking with you yesterday. We were talking about structure and everything. And I was telling you my desire to have like everybody from all the countries. Because it's common sense. Like, it's ridiculous that we have to demand to have a seat. It's ridiculous. Like, honestly, for me, I don't really care. If we get out, let's get out. It would be really good if we had a strong African Union, if we had a union with ourselves. It would be amazing, because I'm telling you, man, these people, they don't see our value. They don't see that we matter. This is how you show people that you matter. By giving a chance like that. Even us here, man, us here in Swahili Nation, in this forum, we allow people to come here and to share their voices. We tell them that, guys, your voice matters. Come here and share your voice. But this is UN, United Nations. It's all the nations around the world. And you don't have seat from Africa. This doesn't make sense. We don't have to demand it. We don't need to ask for this. I'm even smiling because this is ridiculous. Like, it doesn't make sense. For me, it doesn't make sense. Like, how those people are thinking. It really doesn't make sense. And I think, it's a time to have a strong union of ourselves, because we don't need to ask this thing. These things is not for asking. You're a United Nation. You have to know that all countries, all continents, they need to have representative. You need to know that. But if you don't know that and don't do that, I don't know what is your agenda, and how do you let them come to our countries? We don't even have a seat there. By the way, I want to appreciate for a member here. It's a new member came in. I appreciate for joining membership, and I want to appreciate for Mesfin Alemu. This person right here, I think she or he donates a lot of super chat all the time, so I appreciate for that. Thank you for the members and for the super chat that's coming in. Anyways, getting back to the topic. And also he tweeted another thing that I was like, wait, okay, let me read this. He said that Ethiopia continues to prioritize strengthening relations with our neighboring countries. I have held extensive phone discussions to
I think His Excellency is just having just a network break. But anyway, this is I think he's been raising some of the issues that about what the Prime Minister of Ethiopia mentioned about the United Nations Security Council seat for Africa, and I think all of us we need to raise this up, and we should not really just leave it to our governments, but as citizens of Africa, as children of Africa, wherever we are, we need to put this as one of our serious agendas in getting us back on I mean, getting us on the mainstream politics of the UN, and for us to also make decisions for ourselves as Africans, because we need to have a say in what goes in our countries. We can't let only 7 countries dictate for all of us, Welcome, His Excellency.
I don't know, man. I don't know what happened. I think today I'm having trouble with connection because I've been kicked out from I've been kicked out just automatically, I don't know what happened. His Excellence?
Yes, His Excellency. I can hear you. Yeah,
Can
I
you
can
hear me?
you. Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. Loud and clear. Loud and clear.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Only me. I cannot hear you. I cannot hear you. I'm having really hard time to hear you. I don't know what's going on.
I wonder if they can hear us.
His Excellence, and yeah, I can see you're also stacking. But you know what is excellent? You can go ahead. Because today this is your session, and
yeah, I'm still here. His Excellency.
Yeah, all right.
Wow, this is
I don't.
I can hear you, His Excellency.
Okay, you can hear me? All right. I'm just seeing you stacking, so I think I'm having maybe trouble with connections. But yes, I was reading the other tweet, which said Ethiopia continues to prioritize strengthening relations with our neighboring countries. I've held extensive phone discussions today with the leaders of Djibouti, Kenya, Uganda, Somalia, Eritrea, and South Sudan. We will continue working together on bilateral and regional issues. And then I was wondering why there's no Tanzania here. Why? Let me ask the Prime Minister of Ethiopia, why you didn't have a call with Tanzania as well? No, this is a good question. Because I see here Kenya, I see Uganda, I see Somalia, I see Eritrea, I see South Sudan. Oh, most of countries here are East African countries. Why not Tanzania? Ethiopia. Prime Minister, man, if I meet Prime Minister, I will ask him question because I'm actually going to take a screen capture of this tweet because I have a faith maybe one day I'll meet him. If I get a chance to meet him, this will be one of my questions in the interviews. All right, right here. Why there's no Tanzania here? I need you to have extensive conversation discussion with Tanzania as well.
And sometimes like when I look at this, it's quite interesting. Like what's happening now. I'm not sure, Mika, what's happening in Africa at the moment. The politics of Africa, if you look at them, it seems like people are not speaking with one voice, even though we are affected by same issues. we are confronted with the similar issues, and it seems like the presidents of Africa or the leadership in Africa is not united about speaking about issues that are affecting the continent. Like currently, with even the travel restrictions that are being imposed on Africa, we are not seeing. It's very few leaders that I've heard them commenting about the travel restrictions to other nations, and also because it started here in the SADC region, mostly in the southern part of Africa, and it seems like the other places, other regions just kept quiet about it, and now I think there's more, but it's slowly there and there. Very few people are really commenting about the travel restriction and how it's affecting them and how it's going to affect them, because it might start today as the SADC region, and it might end up being the whole continent being banned from going anywhere. In any case, can you hear me, His Excellency?
Honestly, I cannot hear you at all. So I'm trying to connect with my phone, but I see my phone is not even like loading on YouTube as well. I don't know what's going on. Someone is messing up with my connection.
Should we ask if the can you hear us? Can you send us a thumbs up or something to say you can hear us, or nay, you can't hear us? What's happening? Can you guys hear us?
People are actually saying they can hear us, but I think this is just my own connection. I've been having this trouble even when I was doing space on Twitter today. Like I couldn't. I don't know. Maybe I need to refresh or something. Let me try to change that.
Wow.
Hello?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay. I can hear you too.
Or maybe getting a delay, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe you might be getting a delay.
Oh, right now it's okay. I was using my personal hotspot, but now I'm using the Wi-Fi. Okay. Hopefully it'll be stable. Yeah, so yeah, I'm waiting. What were you saying? Because I didn't hear anything you said. I know everybody heard you, so maybe are we gonna have like education minister today as well?
Yeah, education minister will be joining us soon. I think 5 to 10 minutes from now.
Okay,
She'll be in, and he will be continuing, I think, part 2 of some of the points that he raised on Monday. So he's going to continue where he left off. And obviously, I think I also want to hear his comment about Africa getting a seat on the Security Council. And just a whole lot of things that is also being happening in terms of the politics in Ethiopia as well. And other parts of the continent, be it the travel restrictions, because I was speaking about the travel restrictions on SADC, most of the SADC countries being blocked from traveling outside because of the Omicron variant that was discovered here in South Africa. So that's one of those things that I also want to hear his point about it. I think we lost Mika again. But yeah, family. A lot is happening in Africa, but from my observation, I don't see a lot of voices, us speaking with one voice when it comes to matters that are affecting us in general and us as units, as regions, as countries, and it's really shocking. Even what Mika said now about he's waiting for why Tanzania was not invited. But maybe maybe there's a diplomatic thing that's being arranged or an excuse that was made that they don't attend. But yeah, there's lots of issues. There's lots of issues. His Excellency.
Man, today I don't know what's going on with with my connection today. I think maybe I'm gonna need to update the software, because I see there's a new software came. New iOS, so maybe I need to update the on my notebook. Yeah, so I cannot wait to hear from the Minister of Education, who will be here sharing with us today about that. And let's see here. Oh, Luna, we are not sharing the link yet because we are having we're gonna have a session, and then we'll share a link a little bit later after the session. So please hang on there, hang in there. We'll have a session soon. Mr. Nati, the Minister of Education, will be here to share with us, and after that, you'll have an opportunity to actually come and share. So hang in there. And if you can, please go ahead and share this link with somebody out there. We're only 84 people here watching right now, but there's a lot of Africans there. And what we talk about here, it's very, very, very important. It's about Africa. It's about the fate of Africa. So please invite everybody out there. Tell them that we need this. We need this knowledge. We need to share ideas. We need to raise our voice. So copy this link, share with somebody out there, share with everyone out there. It's gonna mean a lot for what we are doing here. Yes, His Excellence.
Yes, His Excellency. I was also mentioning the issue of travel restrictions. Like it seems like Africa is also not speaking with one voice. I've had some presidents also condemning the restrictions placed on the SADC region, most of the countries in the SADC, from going to many this US, your UK, and all that stuff. But maybe it's also a good thing to also just travel in around our continent. Those who didn't join the forces of restricting us, to visit them and learn more about our own continent. I think there's lots of beautiful places that we still need to explore. I think I said something somewhere this week when we were chatting that we also need to promote the African tourism, since Ethiopia is another trip. It will be also interesting to know more about like the Ethiopian historical places, be it the old churches, so many things that it's out there that it can be exposed to Africans who say sometimes we need to first travel more, because the more we travel around our continent, that's also how it's going to reduce the cost of flights. The reason why some of the flights are still expensive is because there isn't really a lot of intra travel between Africans, and hence that's why you still have a lot of stopovers or layovers or connecting flights, because it's all about maintaining the numbers and also making sure that the airlines are profitable, for example. Because if, let's say, for example, you want to come to Lesotho and there are few people coming to Lesotho, that's why most of the flights become expensive, because there are other places that don't get a lot of people that visit those places. So as Africans, we need to now learn more about each other and share about places of interest, places that people need to know of, And as the One Africa, we need to also enlighten each other about all the best places that people need to come and visit, like a must visit for any African traveler or any African, to say, when you have money, the finance to do so, or an opportunity to do so, come and visit such place. Go and see the migration from the animal migration, the wildebeest and the what do you call this? The zebras migration from Tanzania to Kenya. All those things. I know those are maybe highly marketed places, but it's still a must. It should not be a case. They're still expensive sometimes to go and for that season, because it's still very few people who go there. But the more locals go there, the more those prices will also reduce, because now they're catering for more and they need to open up the space. But currently it's very few people. That's why some people still find it expensive. The more we travel amongst each other, the flights will become cheaper as well. And it will open more flights. And we will never know. Swahili Nation Airlines will be born as well.
Amen to that.
So
come on, somebody.
Yeah, because this is now, Africa is ours. We need to grab it. We need to take it. As young people of Africa, we need to grab it. And I'm not saying as the only young people, everyone must grab it. As Africans, we need to grab it, and we need to make use of everything, every resource. We can never complain all the time. We also need to play our part, you know?
Yeah. Yes, yes. Wow, this is beautiful. His Excellence.
I'm still waiting for our minister. He says
Yeah.
he's gonna join us. He's still completing something, and then
Let's read the comments here.
he'll be here. Oh, Dr. Tsekere.
The problem is several African countries are kept busy by different conflicts, making it difficult to speak in one voice. Leaders may not give due attention to issue of other African countries. That's definitely. That's
True.
100%. That's 100%. And it surprised me that you guys, Ethiopia, are going through that, but still, Prime Minister is still reaching out to a lot of leaders in that region and having a phone call, except Tanzania. Again, I'm not gonna let that go. And South Africa. That's Africa too. So that's so true, because when you're going through something in your country, you're not gonna be thinking about, what's going on in another country. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna think about your people. So it makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense.
I think there's another interesting. I think it's by PM. And I think it's this one.
What does it say?
It says we need to encourage our kids to join the tech, because tech is the new weapon to colonize. Very true, because a lot of young people are stuck on their phones. I saw this other poster where the phone was like on somebody's face like this. It's like a hand, but it's the phone that has captured the mind, and whatever a person lives for is now on the phones, how it controls them, what they look. Even the news, they don't get the news normally on the traditional media to listen to radio or TV. They look at their phone and say, yo, breaking news, what's happening? You know, all the notifications are now on people's devices. And I also agree with this one to say that if we can teach our youth how to utilize this tech to make money, first of all, and to make a change in their lives, because a phone is not just social media. Because I think most of what's consuming a lot of time for a lot of young people, it's just the platforms for entertainment more than anything that can upgrade their lives and make it better. You know. Oh
yeah.
Okay. Let me. I think our minister is here. I'm just gonna quickly send him something. Just wait, he'll be joining us just now. I don't know if he's joining via his cell phone.
Well, thank you everybody who is joining here today. Please, guys, welcome. And if you're new to this family, subscribe, turn on the notification button. You can follow social media, and you can support however you want to do. If it is by super chat, if it is by joining membership, here is where we are going to find a solution to Africans' problem. All right. And we're going to have our Minister of Education here coming very soon to raise his voice as well, to share with us some very, very, very important details. So please invite everybody out there. Let them come. Tell them to come in. This is your family, this is your place, and we're going to discuss about matters that means a lot to us. Yeah, and at the end of the day, you guys will have opportunity to join and to raise your voice as well. We are going to build One Africa, and mind you that officially we're going to launch One Africa Forum in Ethiopia. All right, we're going to launch there, not like this, but it's gonna be live. All right, it's gonna be live. Gonna be talking about that. You guys will be able to see, to follow along everywhere, every corner of this world. But also, we are going there live. So please, if you're going to Ethiopia, know that we are going to have that One Africa Forum right there, and you'll be able to see it, because it's the time to wake up, it's the time to raise up, it's the time to change, to transform our beautiful land, the land God has given us. Yeah, let me raise up a little bit quick prayer before allowing our brother come here and share. We always begin with prayer. So regardless of your religion and what you believe in, just know that, man, we want to include God in everything we do, because everything is possible with him. Yeah. His Excellence, you
His
want to go ahead?
Excellency.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, can go ahead. And yeah, let's can pray. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for this night. Thank you for this day that you've blessed us with. Thank you that we can come together as family. Thank you, Heavenly Father, that as we'll be starting this show, we pray that today, Lord, you'll touch each and every person, that you'll teach each and every person to be independent, to contribute, and to be builders of their own destiny and the continent at large. In Jesus' mighty name, amen.
Amen, amen, amen. Guys,
Amen.
welcome to the show, everybody. So we have our beautiful host here, Pastor Ezra. It's good to have you. I feel like he's really excited to join right now. Where is Nati? Did you send to Nat already?
Yeah, he's gonna join us anytime from now. He should join us.
Yeah.
Everything is I'm just waiting for him, but he should be with us just now, and we'll see what's happening. But he should join us anytime from now. And very very interesting, His Excellency. A lot of things that are happening.
Mm.
And our minister is in the house. Our minister is in the house.
You were sharing something, brother.
Yeah. I just want to welcome our minister as he's coming in. Our minister.
Hello, good evening,
What's
gentlemen.
up, Minister of Education? It's good to have
How are
you.
you guys? Good to be here.
You're doing amazing. You're doing amazing. How are you, brother?
Very good, very good. I'm very sorry. I was a bit late, but anyways, I was listening to what was going on through the phone and some of the points you have mentioned. Last time we talked about our identity and coming back to the roots. But before I start with that, just highlight of the week. Well, how is Mama Africa this week? We start from good news or bad news? Which one do you want?
Let's start with bed and we'll go to news.
Yes,
We want to finish on a good note.
Well, bad news. I just realized that on Monday we have lost one Pan-Africanist, one freedom fighter. I'm sure, Ezra, you know him much better than I do. That is Ibrahim Ismail Ibrahim.
Yes.
Yes. Ibrahim Ismail Ibrahim is one of South African anti-apartheid veteran. He died at the age of 84, I think, on Monday in Johannesburg. And he is Ibrahim Ismail Ibrahim is, by the way, an Indian by descent, and we celebrate him. We are grateful for his life. By the way, he was one among those who was in Robben Islands with Mandela, even in the same cell with Zuma. So he had spent over I think over 20 years in Robben Islands in prison with Nelson Mandela. And we lost him at the age of 84, and we are grateful for his life. 84 is reasonable given the African age expectancy. He was an elder, and we are grateful for that. And we celebrate him, and we say big up Ibrahim. One of the things at this juncture that we need to also realize as Pan-Africanists is that Pan-Africanism is not reduced to people of black skin. You see, in as much as In religion, we have Christ, who is basically a Middle Eastern, Israel. But when we have faith in Christ, we say that this is a good news to everyone. It's a gospel. We call it a gospel, meaning good news. So to everyone of goodwill, Pan-Africanism also is shared among people of different races who are fighting for the well-being of Africa. And you know, Mama Africa is a mother who nurses every child. I don't know if you have experienced our mothers who can nurse a baby, will nurse any baby despite the fact that he is someone else's child. And they don't shy away from giving their breast to breastfeed a starving child. And this is what Mama Africa is all about also. Mama Africa, anyone who suckles her breast fights for her freedom. And this veteran Ibrahim Salim Ismail Ibrahim is one of Africa's sons. So, gentlemen, when we talk about Pan-Africanism, let's not reduce Pan-Africanism to a skin color, because we have such veterans who have fought for Mama Africa, despite the fact that they are Indians or they are of different race. He spent more than 20 years in Robben Islands. I don't know what that can say to you. And this is only in Robben Islands. At some point after he left prison, he had to go to, I think, Swaziland. And he was also hijacked by the apartheid system there. And he was also imprisoned outside of South Africa, if we consider, of course, Swaziland as outside of South Africa. He has also his fair share in Pretoria, Robben Islands, Swaziland, Lesotho. So these are the people we need to celebrate and learn from. He actually, if I mention one interesting point, in the 1916, he was, I'm sure, Ezra, you should tell us more about this, not me. He was inspired by Albert Luthuli. He was one of the first Nobel Prize winners, if you remember. He was inspired and he joined the struggle at the young age, very young age, at the age of 13. And at that time, ANC did not allow him to be part of the party because he was an Indian gentleman. Again, you see, he was an Indian, so they did not include him ANC. So he had to join a different political party. I think it is Indian Congress, that is Natal Indian Congress, if I remember. Right. And NIC or something. He had to join the fellow Indian movement. Then later on, of course, he was welcomed into ANC with flying colors. He is a kind of guy who got 2 degrees when he was in prison. He studied. So, gentlemen, Africans, fellow Africans, Pan-Africanism goes hand in hand with going to school, learning, reading, and shedding light to the darker part of Africa. So academia is also one of the things that we need to learn from this person. He later on was in reconciliation to Bosnia, Herzegovina during the time of conflict, during the time of Rwanda, Congo. He has worked really as a big figure to unite humanity beyond even Africa. So we commemorate him. We are grateful for his life. And Pan-Africanism thrives on the blood and bones of these ancestors that have left us legacy behind. We celebrate him as sons of Africa. And if you think black skin is the only answer to Pan-African, no. In Africa, we have what we call a blood tie. Me and Mike, myself and Ezra and Mika can be brothers in African rituals by what we call blood ties. They cut part of their skin and they join their blood and vow, and from that they honor their family. So he is one of Africa's son, and we are proud of him. I think I have said enough. This is the first highlight of the week. He died on Monday. I don't know his funeral. I have not followed. Sorry.
I think he might be. I think he's buried because I think he's a Muslim. He's a Muslim, so I think he was buried. Was it yesterday or today? I'm not sure, but I think he. I think he's buried because he's a Muslim, as far as I know. So, but I haven't really followed the funeral proceedings, but I've been just following on the news when the family spokesperson was talking on the news, and he's leaving like two kids. These are the people that dedicated most of their youth life, and they missed out a lot on so many things. I mean, he spent was the first term that he spent was 15 years in prison. So after that in Robben Island, then he was rearrested again in the 80s, and then I think he was arrested for 5 years in the 80s. So in total, he spent 20 years of his life in prison, and also living. So it's really something that's really honorable from the people that have dedicated their youth for a cause. That's the thing that as African youth, we need to aspire to, that we need to dedicate most of our youthful time for productive things in our lives.
Yes, actually, you touched a very important point. And as I was listening to you, I saw Yahya Noor saying that Pan-Africanism is not something practical; it's a wishful thinking. Well, whichever way we want to see it, but when we see the lives of these people, let's talk about Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela was considered as a horrible family person, because he gave most of his time to Africa. So he couldn't give the love his children and his family deserved accordingly, because he was pretty much sucked into the questions of Africa. This great man was not a famous father to his family, but we still applaud him and we hold him with high esteem because he's become a father of Africa at the expense of his family. So for people who think that these are wishful thinkings, people are sacrificing a lot. People are giving their life for this cause. And it is this way. Either we can say it's a wishful thinking, or we can strive to get there and be a fallen hero. Which side do you want to stand? I leave it to you. I don't decide for anyone. So the second point is another highlight in Africa this week, and this is nowhere else but our motherland here, Tanzania. Uhuru Day is coming. I think tomorrow is already. Tomorrow we are having an official holiday.
We just have.
This is one of the things.
We just
Go ahead,
have.
Mika.
I said we just have a couple hours right now. We're gonna be celebrating 60 years of independence of Tanzania today.
Exactly. Exactly. So this is another beautiful thing that we need to really stand with our chest forward like Mika's, as you can see, and salute the rest of Africa, because this is one of the things that we need to celebrate. And remember, one of the beautiful incidents I want to bring to light that not many people know about is about what we call it here kwa Kiswahili, Mwenge wa Uhuru, the torch of freedom. By the way, you believe it or not, whether you believe it or not, Lieutenant Alexander Nyirenda in 1961, December 9, lit a torch at the peak of Mount Kilimanjaro. Mount Kilimanjaro being the highest mountain in Africa. This is the light that needs to keep burning. This is the torch that we need to keep burning. So for whoever thought that we only torch light when we celebrate every 4 years Olympics, we have it here in Africa, gentlemen. We have our own torch to light. So homework, let's bring out Africa. I want to see this torch lighting in every mountain, in every village, in every country of Africa. So we need to burn with zeal for this independence. Yes, the whites have officially left us, but we have a lot to emancipate ourselves from. Like my best man, Bob Marley, said, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. So when we reclaim our identity, we reclaim our consciousness and emancipate ourselves from the indirect colonialism, globalization, and other blessings on the outside, but exploitations that kept Africa in dark. So big up Tanzania. Happy independence. Tomorrow, I'm not going anywhere. I will be at home celebrating with Tanzania.
And it's beautiful. It's beautiful because we are celebrating 60 years of independence. And you know, the Prime Minister of Ethiopia returned to the office today from a battlefield.
Yes.
And a lot of people have been celebrating the victory that has been happening in different places, even though people died as well. But that's really good. How can I say? We have a reason to celebrate, all of us.
Exactly. Now, my brother, you are preempting the third point, the third highlight, which is definitely the Prime Minister's statement on his first day in office. My Prime Minister, Dr. Abiy Ahmed, he never ceases to keep me surprised. He's slapping the faces of these ignorant Westerners and knocking at the door of every African youth by saying that the UN Security Council needs a permanent seat. Now, we not only defeat our enemies, but we claim a permanent seat to deliberate as equals in the world stage. And this is the third highlight. At first day in office, guess what he says? He brings this controversy. Boom. We are 1.3 billion people, gentlemen. Why don't we have a permanent seat? And remember, this is the guy a few hours ago was risking his life in the battlefield, and it takes only one bullet to cost the life of a hero. But whatever the seat, it is the seat for Africa. It is the seat for you and I tomorrow to sit on to represent our own brothers and sisters. So I want every African to knock on the door, slap ignorant faces and say, wake up, we are here and we are here this time to stay. And there is no backing out. And we need to take this seriously. And I'm really wishing for the rest of Africa to join this movement, to knock on the door, to demand and reclaim our identity. Now, after having said what he has controversially said for the disappointment of the Western world, here it is once again. One of the things that we can demand equal treatment, we can demand table-to-table discussion about our own affairs. Otherwise, we can have what we call resistance. You know, one of the ways with which I can prove to you that I am strong is by fighting back and flexing my muscle. And even if you lose as a proud man. But the second resistance will be not to give you any excuse for you to fight me. That's passive aggressive, they call it in psychology. That you resist whatever power coming your way by not acknowledging it as it is. So I just thought, is it possible even not to accept the UN Security Council and come up with our own, and do not recognize the very existence of it if it's not going to include us to decide our own fate in our own hands? It is very possible. Resistance comes in one way. We can sit together. If not, we can create our own table where we can talk for ourselves. And for whoever thinks that this is not possible, it is possible. We are proving every little thing wrong within these last 23, 24 sessions. I don't know about you, but since we started having this forum, we are seeing so many amazing, hopeful points coming one after the other. And we need to hold on to that, gentlemen. In Africa, our fathers and forefathers say, strike an iron while it is hot. Strike an iron while it is hot. If you think there is nuclear physics involved in making spoons and knives, no. You keep it in the fire and you keep striking it till it gets its shape while it is hot. Once it is cold, it can't be shaped. So let's go in full force and reclaim our identity. When we talk about our identity, again, you talked about very important thing, the social media that we are taking part in. You see, we have decided to be here, gentlemen, to talk about the issue of Africa. And I'm urging even those who are discussing in the chat room to contribute to this cause instead of being pretty much caught up with what is not taking us forward. We have decided to be here to talk about the well-being of Africa and reclaiming our identity. We would have chosen to be in our own rooms and admiring TikTok challenge of dancing in a bikini or twerking or this or that. We have made a choice to be here. We have chosen to be sons and daughters of Africa to talk about African situation. 262 people are watching at this right this right moment. And you can imagine that probably 1 million, 2 million people are still giving their back to their phones and dancing in their bedrooms. How do we bring them and make them realize that this social media, in as long as it is given to us, how do we best take advantage of it? And by the way, believe you in me, social media is one of the things that is blinding Africa right now. Most Africans are obsessed with glamorous lifestyle, food, makeups, fashion. But how beautiful would it have been if we are having a One Africa challenge on TikTok, One African challenge on different social platforms, a 1-minute speech for the rest of Africa, forgiveness, familyhood. There are so many beautiful things that we can celebrate Africa for, not twerking, not ice cold challenge or what challenge. This does not build us by any means. It entertains us, but remember, even as Africans, when we entertain, we don't entertain ourselves at the cost of losing our identity. So I'm inviting our brothers and sisters, if you are gifted to do a TikTok challenge, sit and just take among the 50, the 80, the 150 tribes, one tribal beauty and make it, pose it as a challenge and ask another person to bring out his beautiful culture, proverbs, stories. We should narrate our own stories. We should take advantage of this. If reading is painful, let us use these platforms to advance the African cause. So let us build one another using the social media. Again, my best friend, Yahya Nur, he has so many controversial points that he's bringing to the room, but he has got my attention. When I just stepped in, I saw, why is it a travel ban on South Africa and the rest of Africa about Omicron? I said, this is one of the things making you feel that you are an African. You are a black man. You are in a dark continent. Because if you know the reason behind this COVID-19, given Delta, Omicron, by the way, these are Greek alphabets, Alpha, Beta, Delta, Gamma, Theta. I'm sure you've done your mathematics in the past, which I'm horrible at, by the way. Omicron is another variant, but it is a Greek alphabet. The main reason as to why it is called Omicron is not to bring stereotype like our smart former President Trump said a Chinese virus and brought hatred against the Chinese. They said, no. We don't call names. We don't segregate our own brothers and sisters. We give it a Greek alphabet, Delta. Now there is another one, Omicron. Then they said right after it, hey, there is a travel ban for those of you traveling from South Africa. Dummies, wake up. Any sober African can tell that they are having a very stupid, illogical premises to draw a conclusion. So what does it tell us? For us, it tells us that they are using it as a barricade to stop Africans from moving around. It's one way of stopping fellow Africans visiting their beloved ones in the UK and elsewhere for Christmas. They are trying to stop us where we are. So these are the different multifaceted identity-based segregation that we need to say no to as we talk right now. Well, I'm really grateful that I can board the bus and go wherever I want here in Africa, and I'm really blessed to have traveled by land for most of Africa, all the way from Addis, all the way to South Joburg. And it's the beauty that you see, the culture that you learn. This is Africa. And it is much better than reading a 200-page book. Seeing people, lifestyle, different temperaments, different cultures will make us rich at our own right. So one of the identity-based segregation that they are putting on us is using these excuses, Security Council, 1, or Omicron, 2, or another one, 3. They are simply using systematic exploitation and segregation, and we need to open our eyes. Africa, open your eyes. And I'm appealing to my fellow Africans, young people. This resistance, it needs to go on full force, gentlemen. On full force. Universities have been closed on various occasions in different countries. We have gone through it. People have graduated. Social networks have been disrupted. We have passed through it. Why not disrupting everything if it means that we need to stop and say one Africa? Why not? Will it cost us what it has not cost us before? So these are the narratives we need to go back. And now that Tanzania is celebrating its independence, as an Ethiopian, I usually tend to give more points about Ethiopia and the rest of Africa. I want to take us back to the documents of the Arusha Declaration, when Tanzania sat and said, look, we don't want the Western form of democracy. We have our own Ujamaa. I have talked about it. The Arusha Declaration states each and everything about freedom of expression movements, religious beliefs, African socialism, human rights, equality. Let's go and read it. We have all the documents. Actually, when Pan-Africa is put together, gentlemen, we don't have a lot of homework. We just need to bring every document that has been there written before, and we sit and revise it and put it together. We have our own constitution. We have our own economic forum. We have our own constitution and everything that we need, including human rights activism. Mike, later on, I will send you one of the things, the bold things that I admire Kagame for. And I'm going to forward you, or maybe you can try to look it up on YouTube, where Kagame trashes a journalist who was asking him a question and answering it herself. And literally she's putting him there and she's asking him, are you here to ask me a question or to ask me and answer the question? I want you to look it up because it is in one of the forums, the economic forums that they had in Europe. So please look it up and you can play it for our audiences. Seeing is believing, that when they see it loud and clear. So guys, resistance. We need to say no. If they are making us participate with a limping economy and with a limping advantage, let's not participate. It's not the end of the world. Let's not participate. I mean, who said that Africa should sit in the UN Security Council? Who said? After all, we are taking turns. Every 2 seats is taking turns, rotating for the rest of Africa. So the chances that we get is as low as probably is good for nothing. So who said we should be there? Why not having our own African Security Council? But as I've said last time, and I've touched it, and we need to resist also our own leader when they go for African Union meetings, instead of focusing on the alcohol and women at night and sleeping during the meeting during the day. We want them to sober up, or probably, if need be, make the meeting at night, if it means that keeping them alive and contributing. Otherwise, they are nursing their headaches in the AU meetings and ECA meetings. So these are the things that we need to resist and say no to. So it's a multifaceted movement. We say no to the West, and we say no to their puppets here in Africa, who are actually barking at us whenever they receive the bone from their colonial master. So I would like to give a chance for ladies and gentlemen who would want to come in and ask questions and steer more ideas. I have done my part in steering problems and headache to the rest of Africa, but let's talk about it. Thank you.
Appreciate His Excellence for your for me. I still, you know, for your knowledge and wisdom, and I know a lot of people will come here to ask you questions. Oh, I see Professor Ezra. He's here as well. I see his comment section right here. This is beautiful. For me, I still see, man, this, I don't know, this is some sort of well, like prophetic there's a prophetic meaning of this. I just relate, what's happening in Ethiopia right now and all the victories that has happened, in the different cities, winning back, and what is happening here today at 12 a.m., celebrating 60 years of independence. And I know, we need to look forward. How are we going to have another 60 years of, independence, of peace,
Mhm.
love, and unity in Africa? I hope things will change for better and for good. That's my hope. But there's something in this. I don't know if you see anything in your spiritual eyes, Pastor Ezra, but there's definitely something here that's unite us together, and to celebrate, because these 60 years, it's not just for nothing. The things that happened before in the past, and our forefathers, Nyerere and Mwinyi, from Zanzibar.
Salam. Yep. Yep.
Exactly. They fought so hard to bring about independence to this nation, and we lost our brothers and sisters. Maybe tomorrow come to talk we can come talk in detail about it, because tomorrow is the independence, actually, like from 12 a.m. from today. Maybe tomorrow we can come here back, Nati, as well, to talk a little bit
Oh,
about.
it's our holiday, man. Since
Mm.
Yeah.
I'm here, I cannot go anywhere, so
All
I'm
right.
I'm part of the celebration.
Mm.
That's beautiful. Yeah, I think we can come and talk about it, about looking forward to another 60 years, moving forward. And not only to Tanzania, but to other countries in Africa, that, because most of our countries, we celebrate that, except Ethiopia. You guys, you don't know this day, but we have this day of independence. Um, so we'll come here and maybe talk about it, but it's quite emotional when you look back and remember what happened in the past and where we are right now. Yeah, it has been 60 years of blessing, and we have all reason to thank God for those blessings, and for everything that is happening here. And I know, things are not how they're supposed to be, but we can have a beautiful future. We can have a beautiful future, bright future ahead of us. So shout out to Tanzania, shout out to Africa. Let's celebrate together. What's up?
Hongera, hongera sana.
Asante sana, my people.
Hongereni watu wa Tanzania, watu wa Afrika.
Uh,
Actually, I think I would pose a challenge that at the end you should play for us the national anthem. And the beauty of the national anthem, I'm sure Ezra will identify with it, is more or less the same throughout Africa. This one of
the
our national anthem is one of the uniting factors we need to really uh, hold on to. And the second thing that you've talked about, and I've always tried I've always tried to brush it on the side. And there is always a prophetic aspect to Pan-Africanism. Always there is a prophetic aspect to Pan-Africanism. And remember when it started in the Caribbean, in Trinidad, the Back to Africa movement, when Marcus Garvey wrote about the Back to Africa movement, he said, look to the east, there will be a man with a woolen hair. He will resist the superpowers and colonialism. That's where we need to go back. 10 years down the line, Haile Selassie was coronated as the 254th descendant of the line of Judah Zamnagada Yehuda. And he was considered to be the king of Ethiopia. Then what did they say? Like people like Powell, he's an intellectual stroke theologian, said, actually, this is a prophecy that Marcus Garvey talked about. So he changed this movement, look to the east, into a prophecy, and this is how the Rastafarian movement started as a religion, by the way. So there is always a prophetic aspect to Pan-Africanism, and religious aspect to Pan-Africanism. That's why last time when I talked about one of the female Pan-Africanists, Queen Nyabingi, which is, again, part of the branch in Rastafarianism. We have the 12 tribes of Israel. We have the 12 tribes of Israel, the Bobo Shantis, and the Nyabingis. Nyabingi is considered as a spiritual queen who lived in the forests of Rwanda and Congo, and she gave a hard time to the Belgians and the French. And they thought that she was a spirit goddess. So there is a spirituality, and spirituality is part of Pan-Africanism. Our spirituality has helped us to forge forward in Pan-African movement. I suggest we read 2 books. I want to suggest 2 books now that you have mentioned this. One is by Professor Mosha. He's actually a Chaga man from Kilimanjaro. The Indigenous Heartbeat of Africa. He lays out the African worldview. It's a beautiful thing, and he's an educator, and I love him because he talks about the education system here in Africa and how it needs to be interconnected. So Professor Mosha, in his book, The Indigenous Heartbeat of Africa, talks about this. The other one was John Mbiti, African Spirituality and Religion. He has contributed a tremendous amount of African tradition and identity from the spirituality perspective. So Professor John Mbiti, M-B-I-T-I, Mbiti. You can write that down, right? John Mbiti and Professor Mosha, the Indigenous Heartbeat of Africa, if I remember well, because it's been really some time back that I read it. So I want to just suggest as a reading material for our African brothers and sisters to open their eyes. And this is the first time also I suggested a Tanzanian writer at the eve of the Independence Day. These are the people that you need to read, Professor Mosha. So these are the things that we cannot take away from Africa. Prophetic. Spirituality is part of our identity. Till a systematic religion came to Africa, they thought that we were worshipping trees and rivers and big stones. We were really backward, and we were actually, they didn't even call our religion a religion. They call it witchcraft. I think we need to talk about it as a forum in and of itself. But spirituality cannot be taken away from us.
Yeah.
To the point that they even said Africans are notoriously spiritual. So we are connected with the present, the past. When we say the past into twos, the past, our fathers and forefathers, and those who are in the ancestral realm. We cannot call our fathers and grandfathers ancestors. No, they are the living dead. This is John Mbiti. He calls them the living dead because their memory are still, we are still reminiscing their memory now. But the ancestors are those who are in the past, who have joined into the realm of ancestry. So we cannot cut away that and claim to be Africans without the achievement of our ancestors, the living dead, and the present. So thank you. Let me give chance for people to talk about their points. Thank you.
I think if before we allow people to come and to ask their question, they're already here. I see 3 brothers. I think it's important for us to play this the anthem first, and then we'll go ahead with the questions as well.
Yes.
All right. I'll let you guys in as well, and then I'll play this anthem. Ezra, you wanted to say something?
No. Let's do the national anthem. I think in honor and of the great nation of Tanzania, and obviously celebrating 6 years tomorrow. I think this is like a pre 60, you know.
Yes.
So we just putting an appetizer about the beautiful country of Tanzania, and I think tomorrow we'll speak more about its achievements and its beauty and nature, so many things, the tourism space, so many things that Tanzania is feeding the world and the world is consuming, and that more Africans needs to have a taste and enjoy the beauty and what the peaceful and beautiful country of Tanzania has to offer. So in honor of that, I think we should go for the national anthem, and then we'll open the floor for the guys to have questions or even have a say about this. I think this independence is gonna take most of our time today.
Yeah. I
we
was
need to celebrate that. This is who we are,
Yeah.
no? And we've not really covered Tanzania for the most part, and Mika has been really consumed into the Ethiopian situation, the Sudan situation, and these are the things that they need to also give us momentum to go forward. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. I was even right now, like as we started this, actually the president, she was giving a speech to the nation. So I listened just a little bit because I was here just a little bit, and she said something that it really touched me. Is she said today, like at 12 a.m., like right now it's 10:22 here. It said at 12 a.m. it was the time where the Prime Minister of Tanzania, the first Prime Minister of Tanzania, Julius Kambarage Nyerere, and Mwinyi from Zanzibar, they were actually they changed, like they took down the flag of like British flag, and then they lift up the flag of Tanzania for the first time, and for the first time we had a prime minister. Like we were free, right? We had a Tanzanian prime minister, and we were free from colonialism, and it's very emotional, and it's very beautiful just thinking about that.
Powerful.
But for a long time, and yeah, you're celebrating that, so it's something really powerful. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna play this music. It's not the OG one, but it's a good one. So just gonna play this, and yeah, the national anthem. Let's go. Come on, somebody. That's beautiful, man. I'm not gonna cry here, but I wish I can tell you guys a little bit of the translation of this, and then maybe I'll allow our brother here. Let me show you the translation.
Beautiful meaning, beautiful meaning.
Yeah. So you guys may understand. It's beautiful. It's an amazing meaning. Like it's crazy. Let me show you guys here. It's right here. Okay. So this is the meaning of the anthem, if you didn't know, and it sounds like South African anthem. Maybe that's why.
Yes, I'm sure Ezra can relate to the melody.
Exactly. What is that? Am I playing that?
Yeah, we
Am I
can hear
the
it.
one
It's
playing
okay.
that? Am I the one playing that?
It's playing. It's playing.
Okay, guys. So this is the meaning. All right, we have Swahili here and we have English here. Let me read for you. So Mungu ibariki Afrika is God bless Africa. Wabariki viongozi wake. Bless its leaders. Hekima, umoja na amani. Wisdom, unity, and peace. Hizi ni ngao zetu. These are our shields. Africa na watu wake. Africa and its people. And then chorus. Ibariki Africa, tubariki watoto wa Africa. Bless Africa, bless Africa, bless us, the children of Africa. And I'll tell you why I love this song so much. Because you can see something in the first verse, right? The first verse is only talking about Africa. It's not talking about Tanzania here. It's talking about Africa. God bless Africa.
Exactly.
Bless
Exactly.
leaders, wisdom, unity, and peace. These are our shield. Africa and its people. Bless Africa, bless us, the children of Africa. So everybody's included. And then the second verse, God bless Tanzania. Grant eternal freedom and unity to its women, men, and children. God bless Tanzania and its people. Chorus, bless Tanzania, bless us, the children of Tanzania.
Ibariki.
Hey,
Tanzania, ibariki.
come on, somebody.
Tanzania, tubariki. Watoto wa Tanzania. You made me sing today.
Well, let me promise you guys, tomorrow I'm going to come here with my guitar. I will sing this national anthem with my guitar. So you guys, you better be here. Not you better be here to sing with me. I'll play my guitar here.
Definitely. We'll sing it together, man.
All right. That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
So yeah, we continue with our discussion. So whatever I have said, if I have to summarize it, here it is. I have sent you on the chat. You can share it on the screen. Until the lion learns to speak, the tails of the hunt will always favor the hunter.
Mm-hmm.
This is what we need to do with Africa. Until the lion learns to speak, the tails of hunt will always favor the hunter.
Sorry. Sorry, can I catch you just a little bit?
Sure.
There's a very important question here, Professor Ezra asked. So we'll come to talk about that tomorrow, guys. I'll let you know the meaning of the word Tanzania tomorrow, because we're gonna have a session about this. Tomorrow I'll talk about that. We'll talk about that. So please join us tomorrow.
I think I've read something about how it came about or something like that.
The
But
Tanzania.
for tomorrow's topic, we'll cook and dish it out. I'll learn as well more about it. But I once read something about it. But anyway, yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'll be speaking about my country for the
Chris
very
Atieno is also saying that I will join you in the singing. Karibu sana.
That's good.
Yes,
Oh,
Chris
come on,
Atieno.
somebody. You guys
Yes.
go and learn the Tanzanian anthem tomorrow. We'll sing together. Play guitar
Yes,
here.
right.
Sing a little bit. Yes.
Atieno must be. I said
No.
you say Eroka Mano.
Let me
Atimo
hear it.
Mabe.
We'll play the one with words there on the screen.
Got my guitar here. You better show up. You better show up. All right, we're gonna sing together.
Ghost is saying, Ghost has gotten our proverb. The lion will tell their own stories now. That's the spirit. So I think we can give the chances to our brothers who are already in.
Yeah.
Karibuni.
I can't wait to hear Biggie singing the anthem as well. I'm inviting Biggie tomorrow.
I'll be on.
My God.
I'm gonna try, but one thing that I noticed when you say Ibariki, it's so funny that in Amarinya you say or
Ibarak.
this you said Ibarak.
Yes.
Oh.
So
Yes.
Ibariki,
Baraka, Barakat.
Barakat, exactly. That's one thing that I noticed in the translation, and I'm like, what? Well, it's Africa, so somewhere we're gonna find some common word that we're gonna use. So this is great, Professor Nati. Really appreciate that. It was a great listening to you. Thank you so much to take your time and teach us new stuff and maybe the old stuff, but a reminder to all Africans that we are one, regardless. Looking at just getting one word, Ibarik. Ibarik means bless, and that word again, Tanzanian were not sufficient to just being as Tanzanian singing for Tanzania. They said Ibarik Africa. So this is the point that I'm taking. Your 60 years of independence, you still blessed Africa first before you go into the Tanzanian people. I think it is a lot of people don't know because they don't speak Swahili. If you look at it at the beginning, it says God bless Africa. I mean, that's the start of Pan-Africa movement right there. The first word, God bless Africa. It didn't say God bless Tanzania. So we have to pay attention that our forefathers, even when they wrote these anthems, really they thought of everything and it was chosen. And it shows right there, 60 years ago, the Pan-Africa already started. So if we translate a lot of our nations in Africa, we can find words. And I think when it becomes a national anthem, it has a deepened understanding where that nation came from and how that nation is performing. And I think this is, for me, it was just awesome because I sent Pastor Israel on private chat saying, please play this translation. And I just said, and he said, Mika chose that. So I just want to put it right there because for me, my emphasis is where Tanzanian sang their national anthem. It starts with God bless Africa. This is amazing. For me, it's amazing. And for the point where Mika said, how come Tanzania is not included in these common on the IB discussion and everything else? When you look at it, the immediate states around Ethiopia and what's going on in that turmoil and everything else, I think Dr. Abiy would love to include the whole Africa. but he just want to have a focal point and address the issue to those immediate states. Because Kenya's neighbor, Somalia's neighbor, Djibouti's neighbor, South Sudan and North Sudan are neighbor. I think he's talking about in that aspect of it. But I'm pretty sure you send that translated version of what Tanzania stands for. Believe me, he will include you. I believe that he would say, "Wow, this is something that I'm pretty sure, and I'm not only sure, but he's been talking about Pan Africa in a lot of ways." And today I just said, it's very important that today, at the same time, independence of Tanzania, you got the prime minister that's in the office and everything. What a sign, what a great sign. And I'm pretty sure that all Africans enjoyed, and I know the true as Africans, as you feel it, you all wanted the safety of the prime minister. And thank you so much for all your prayers, and that we have our prime minister back in the office and execute discussions and catching up and making sure that he's touching everything that is important. That is important for the continent. And he is a leading tipping point of African movement. And I'm so happy today that I'm celebrating Tanzania independence and the prime minister being home. That is a great celebration. And I sent you a few links about how Dessie, when they got freed from TPLF, how people embraced the fighters. And it was like, oh my Lord, it seems like they were invaded, literally invaded, something that looks like them, but something that is so terribly that there's something wrong to them. If TPLF have done great thing while they were occupying Dessie, these people will be coming out. So this is something that, again, happy Independence Day, Tanzania. I really appreciate everybody that comes in on this forum and put the comment and all that. I'm very happy. I'm very excited. I'm very happy. And thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you, Biggie, for those kind words. And it is indeed a great day today and tomorrow. In fact, starting today, maybe we should also declare it the Independence Month for Tanzania. And also just tomorrow everywhere in our socials, and also hashtag or just happy Independence Day to Tanzania, to everyone on our socials, just to also bring awareness and knowledge to other Africans, because that's the only way we can learn about each other as we are trying to unite, and as we're trying to unite in ideologies in different aspects, is also to know about each other. That's how it will help us. So tomorrow, even tonight, if possible, on your WhatsApp status, Facebook, Twitter, wherever, just put Tanzania in your prayers and just share that it's Tanzania's 60th independence tomorrow. Just share so that people could be aware. Some people forgot, others now it will be a first time knowing that, oh, the 9th of December, it's Tanzania's Independence Day. And Tanzania, to just talk something about Tanzania, it's been a country that helped a lot of liberation movements. It has hosted a lot of liberation movement, including the African National Congress, which is the ANC. They've hosted them for many years in Tanzania. And other nations as well. A lot of liberation movements were based in Tanzania, be it for training, be it for so many things in terms of support. So one of the headquarters for ANC was in Tanzania, and also in Zambia. When it got independence, there were some people that were there, and many other nations, especially in the SADC regions, when they were fighting for their independence. Tanzania hosted them openly, freely, with no hidden agenda, unlike other nations that we that have always held Africa into helping with something to take, you know. But Tanzania has never asked a single cent from many nations it has hosted that are now liberated, that are even maybe doing better than Tanzania in terms of economics, but they've never even asked for a single cent to say, remember in 1964, I hosted you. Remember, they never even reminded people how the goodness they've done. And I say, God bless Tanzania, and God continue bringing peace and stability and growth. And may the people of Tanzania enjoy the fruits of their labor. And may Tanzania grow to be a great nation and be a light to Africa, because it's been a light for many years, and may it continue being a greater light. May it have greater light in Jesus' name. That's just that in short, and let me just give others to say something about Tanzania, if you know something, and the topic that Nati has been also talking about. Who do we go? I think Ellery was here first. Can we go to Ellery?
Hello. I just wanted to ask you, in order to achieve One Africa or to facilitate Tanzanian independence, what are your views on foreign aid? Do you think you should get rid of it, or do you think foreign aid is part of being independent for your country?
Okay. Are you directed this to me or to Nati, or do you want me to go first?
I assumed you're Tanzanian. I could be wrong. I just thought you. That's why I put it straight to you.
I think I'll pass it to Mika first. I am a Tanzanian as well, by lineage, as an African, and I think I'll let Mika.
Tanzanian Botswana person.
This one for now. I'll go after.
By the way, Ezra here, he's from South Africa, but we are all Tanzanians. We are all South African and Africans. So my thought about that, that's really good question. Me personally, I'll just say this. Before we had the late President Magufuli, who died, before we had him, I think I would say that let us continue to take those loans and aids. But when he came to the regime, he made everybody believe that we can actually develop by ourselves and by the support of African countries, actually within the continent, not really outside. So when he came, he got rid of a lot of contracts and that we had with different countries outside, that they were not really beneficial to the people of Tanzania. You can talk about all these contracts that you have to sign, like 30% you receive and then 70% is for them. And then in your country, they use your resources, they use everything, they use your labor work, but you don't have anybody on the top position of the government, of that company, or if it is investment, whatever it is, like you don't have the top leaders you'll have from their countries, right? So he came, he got rid of that. And a lot of people actually ran away because they couldn't agree. Before I shared about this one Indian university, that it was here in Tanzania. And he asked them that we need our leaders to be on top of position of this university. Also, we need more students from Tanzania to get a chance to go to this university. But they refused. They say, no, we're not going to do that. So they closed. Those are kind of agreements we had before. But when he came, he took them down. And he said that, if you come to invest in Tanzania, it needs to be 50-50. Our people from Tanzania, they need to see the benefit. And also we need to be in the leadership system. Yeah, it's kind of like what Dr. Abiy is asking about in the UN, that we need to have seats because all those top decisions, they need to be decided by our local people as well, since you're here in Tanzania. Some of them who agreed, they're still here and they were here. And, all the cut down he did in so many things. Even this, the day of independence, if Magufuli was here today, I would say this, I might be in trouble, but let me say this. If Magufuli was here today, this celebration, we wouldn't have these celebrations. I'm finding something to share with you guys. We wouldn't have this celebration because he said this when he came to regime. This is what he said. Where's that tweet? I have it here. Actually I posted on my Instagram. Let me see here. This is what he said. He said he actually he told everybody in the government that we are not going to have celebration of independence, but we will use that money to on the infrastructure. So improving some roads here in Dar es Salaam. Back in the days, we had a lot of traffic jam. So he said, we are not going to celebrate independence because we are spending a lot of millions and billions of Tanzanian shillings for that. We're not going to use it. We're not going to celebrate like that, but we'll use that money to improve our infrastructure. So since then, he did a lot of things with that money. Not only that, but even Mwenge wa Uhuru, the torch of freedom. You know, it used to run around the country, like every single country, and you spend a lot of billions of money. He said, we're not going to do that, but we're going to use that for infrastructure and everything. And you can see within 5 years of his leadership, Tanzania moved from low capital income, it went all the way to middle income. Tanzania, just within 5 years. And the plan was to stay for like after 20 years to happen something like that. Why I'm sharing this? I'm sharing this because when he came, everybody realized how rich Africa is, how much money we have. But the problem we have in our government is how we spend that money. So for example, you can talk about tax. Every single month he was giving the how can I say the feedback, like how much tax has been collected. It was trillion of shillings. Every single month they were collecting that. And that's why you can see all this development infrastructure that he started. Tomorrow we're going to talk in detail about it. He started, but it was because of that money that he took from our way. So you can see that actually we have a lot of money, but one thing that is costing us a lot is because we have people who cares about themselves. They care. I mean, we are people who are corrupted. They're using government money to spend for their own gain. You know, one of the very famous thing he did, he stopped all the international trips of leaders. He said, we have ambassadors, they will represent us there. But if you have a president and that president visit, let's say the UK or US, you're not going to go alone. You're going to go with like 50 other delegates. And all of those people, they're using government money. It's a lot of money that was spent there. And if I'm going there for 1 week, then 1 month before, there are people that they're supposed to go there to prepare you to do this and that. All those things are government money, right? But he cut it down. He took it out, and all those money was going to the development. It just shows, for me right now, I do believe that we can survive without loans. But you need to have a leader who is willing to work like the way that Magufuli did. Right. And of course, like things were not that easy, but you could see that he was building the foundation of a better Tanzania tomorrow. So this Tanzania right now, like, I mean, what he was doing 5 years ago, I think people will start celebrating like 10 years later or 15 years later. But he did that something with most of the projects he did with the money from here, from Tanzania. And all those who came and support or did everything, they supported, but it was 50-50 for in both sides. So for me, I believe it's achievable, but you need to have like aggressive leaders like that, who is not afraid to say no to the influence from outside, and who is not afraid to make decision that everybody will look at him and be like, we hate you, why you're cutting down our expenditures. Why we don't even in the government meeting, they used to eat a lot of food back in the day, spending a lot of money. But you know what it did? They were only drinking water and groundnuts in the meetings. Like before, when they meet, they will have a lot of food, like a lot of drinks. People, they will celebrate. It's like a celebration or something. But when he came, he said, no, we're using people's tax money, so we're gonna have only a bottle of water and we're gonna have groundnuts. And that's how he was. And himself, he reduced his salary. He was receiving, like president, usually they were receiving like 40 million Tanzanian shillings, but he reduced all the way to 12 million Tanzanian shillings, 40 to 12 million Tanzanian shillings. So if you have someone like that who is willing to receive less to save their people, then I'm telling you, Africa is rich and we have a lot of money, but how we spend, it's awful. There's a lot of people who are spending and eating a lot of money of normal people, of ordinary folk, and they're spending for their own gain. And those are people who are costing Africa to be where it is right now. So yes, we don't need that, and we can survive.
Thank you, His Excellency. Minister Nati, I don't know if you want to tackle this question about
Yabo.
Can I say something?
Okay,
Sure, please
just
go
have Nati to answer. Then we'll come to you.
Let's give him a chance, and I will get back to it.
Get back to it.
Oh.
Of course. Thank you. Jamaica in the house.
Oh,
hey. Yeah, right.
Yeah. Hey.
I think how do you greet Wagwan?
Wagwan.
Okay.
I think it can't fire. I think you need to turn off your
Yeah,
YouTube first.
Wagwan.
Can you turn off your YouTube first? We have a lot of feedback coming on. Can you turn off your YouTube and then you can speak.
I'm actually just using my phone. I'm not understanding. I just
okay.
It's okay. Now it's clear.
It's better now.
Welcome, brother. If there is anyone,
thank you very much. Wagwan, my brothers.
Welcome.
I thank you all for receiving me in this rich royal panel. Being the owners of Africa, you feel me? That's the reason you rich. That's the reason you royal. You feel me? And I want to say also, Habari Tanzania.
Yeah, man, selector.
Yeah. So respect to my other Caribbean brother right here. So
rich.
Yes.
Yeah. I want to say this. I love what's going on. I'm an elder, so I'll be on this road that you're on since 1993. You feel me?
That's when I was born.
Yeah. So I'm Rasta. I'm a Rasta man. You feel me? So what I'm saying is unity is paramount. You feel me? Unity is paramount. And to my Ethiopian brothers and sisters, you feel me? Let's share Ethiopia. I got some political advice for Africa and Ethiopia, where we have to solve this problem politically in terms of, I think we should kind of share power. So what I mean, I think that we can give our tribes exist. We can't make something that exists non-existent. What we have to do is formulate ways to work with it. So I say they have ministries inside the government. So give tribes responsibilities of ministries, and then you can rotate it. You understand? So what it does is give tribes total involvement in every aspect of the government after and before elections. And you understand, throughout the years. So that what it does is anything goes bad, blame yourself also. You feel me? So, because that's what's going on. A lot of people pointing fingers And I'm wondering if it's because there's not enough mixture in the governments. Because I think Kenya had that issue also and tried to solve it that way. I'm thinking. But even in Africa, right? The African Union is the same way they should formulate the government. Like have a Ministry of Education, like Nigeria, the Ministry of Technology. You feel me? Tanzania, Botswana. Botswana seem to control, well, kind of, I don't know really, the association with white people, but they seem to control mining on certain level. So I'd say Botswana be the Ministry of Mining, you feel me, for the entire Africa. So it's like something like that. You feel me? So nobody gets left out. Everybody plays a role. You feel me? And I'm thinking that would be peaceful, where nobody really, and that how to liquidate the tribalism also, because you can't say we left you out. You feel me? And it does exist, so you can't make it non-existent. So we have to work with the existence of, it's like having a name. The tribe is a name, so your name is your name, and my name is my name. My name can't be your name, but we still work with each other with our different names. You feel me? So that's how I see things. I don't see why we having all these issues. You feel me? You can't, you in Africa cannot power grab in Africa, because you have to share. It's like this. Why would you steal from your house? Where are you going to put it? In your house? You understand? You're going to put the loot. That's why a lot of people try to take the money from Africa, because it spells no sense to loot from Africa and hide it in Africa. I mean, like, you understand? So I think that we should have what you call it, movement also, a non-thievery movement, a movement that says it is not logical to steal in your country, because you're still in your country. You feel me? So you understand what I'm saying? It's not logical. It's not logical to power grab in your country because you're still in your country. We should just like know that anything is ours is everyone's, and everything what everyone is ours. You understand? I mean, I don't understand why we, and I'm thinking it's because of our colonization that influenced the greed. You feel me? Everyone wants their own, but greed is when you want what someone else has. And we get that example from colonization. You feel me? Because up to now, they're taking what we got. You feel me? So we all got to understand that. And I think that this panel is great because what happened is it's a, what you call it, the system, the government is the people and the people is the government. So therefore, if our olden days, there was less protest against corruption. So what came out of the society was thievery. And a lot of them is dying out now and have to be stepping down. So if we work on thievery and corruption within our population, then what come out of our population gonna be the government, because the people is the government and the government is the people. So all you need to do is clean ourselves up and the government will be clean. You understand? Because the post, someone out of the society gonna have to take it. So clean the society and eventually the government will be clean. Same with the African Union and everywhere else in Africa. Thank you. And sorry, I have to say, my teacher is Nati Bongo Congo. You feel me? That's my teacher, Nati. You feel me?
Wow.
I
Natty?
accept Natty as my teacher also. You feel me?
Respect, bro.
Nothing wrong with it.
That's our Minister of Education here. He's the minister
Respect,
now.
bro. By the way, the credit goes to the Caribbean. Regis here. Now that I'm sorry, my brother, what's your name? Hello?
Icon Fire is that name right there.
I can fire.
Yeah, Icon Fire.
By the way, the credit goes back, and I've been talking about it all through. Pan-Africanism is born in the Caribbean. So now that you are one today, I'm looking forward to see more brothers joining the movement, reigniting the fire that has been started by our forefathers in the Caribbean. Respect and good to have you here, bro.
Thank you very much.
And by the way, you said you are a Rasta.
Yes, sir.
The Rastafarian movement in and of itself has contributed a lot for Pan-African movement. Would love to hear the Back to Africa concept, the Babylon, the Zion concept, because these concepts run all through within the concept of Rastafarianism, Babylon and Zion. It's in a way we talk about it.
I want to tell you this.
Colonialism and throwing away and resisting.
Yeah, let me say this. As far as I can see, it is Rastafari who brought this panel also. Because out of the teaching of Rastafari, it has affected you through the years. You feel me? This generation of kids in Africa has grown on Rastafari. The only consciousness that anyone has ever heard really comes from Rastafari to out of Africa. Anyone that hear real consciousness in Africa, hear it from Rastafari. So I'm not taking that. I'm none of that. I've been treading this road for a long time, but I have none of those props. I'm not taking none of those props. It is Haile Selassie that those props is for, because Haile Selassie foresee the unity of us, and we foresee that we should uphold Haile Selassie as our king. So if we even pray, when we close our eyes, we see black. Therefore, we get self-pride, black upliftment, black love. So we eliminate black hate, black opposition, black objection. We eliminate all of that. So and we also see Haile Selassie as King of Kings. The Queen had to bow to that man, which is black. So therefore, all of us is royal people, and we need to treat each other royally. You feel me? And I have to admire South Africa with 3 million Rastafari strong. You feel me? And also I have to beg Ethiopians, my people. I beg you, visit Shashamane, support Shashamane, integrate with Shashamane. We love you.
Yeah, we love you too,
hold on. And I have this song, and it says, Africa, we coming home. We coming home. Africa, but no more will I roam. All right.
Yeah, man. It's amazing. By the way, the rest of Africa needs to know a couple of things that fascinates me in Rastafarianism is what you sang right now, the Back to Africa movement that was pushed forward by Marcus Garvey was really embraced by Haile Selassie when he was coronated. That's how he ended up saying that for whoever wants to come back to Africa, he gave Shashamane as their inheritance to come back home and to live home, to feel home. That's the first one. The second one that I love most about Rastafarian movement is the I and I concept. There is no you and I, it's I and I. That means I see you as myself. And this is really a philosophy that pushes equality among the sons of Africa. And that's one of the beautiful concepts, the I and I concept. Not many people usually dissect what it means, but it means there is no you and I. It is I and I. I see you as a reflection of myself. So big up Jamaica, and please give us more points in grounding us into our identity.
I want to say this also. In Rastafari, we bow to each other. We hold our hearts and bow to each other. Reason is, none of us is better than none of us. And we are the gods of the earth, so we bow to only black people. We also call women empress to stop the degradation of women's character. You feel me? So and we want them to think of themselves on that level and behave on that level also.
Yeah, man.
Both in their dressing and in their words. You see me?
Yeah.
We also our locks is also a protest against colonization. Because colonization has given us a beauty standard in which it don't include black people. Therefore, we as colonized people always try to look to what is quote unquote good for them. So if we cannot look good with our locks because our girls cry when they comb their hair, therefore nature says that's our hair is locks. So we declare proudness of ourselves in our entirety. Reason is we cannot live in a substandard mentality, having ourselves less than anyone in our full glory. When the white man grows his long hair, no one discriminates against him. So therefore, our black people need to stop discriminating against your own goddamn hair, because it will never leave you, like your black skin will never leave you. So we should embrace everything about ourselves. You see me? Women look glorious with their locks and beautiful when they keep it clean. So therefore, we all beautiful. You understand? And in our original form. So that's the philosophy behind growing the locks.
Respect, man. Very loud and clear. Professor Ezra, there are others who might want to.
Okay. Can we go to Rich? I think Rich has been holding. Then we'll go to Malenga after this. Brother Rich.
Yes. Grand Rising, brethren. Good to see you guys again.
We are happy today.
Good to see you, bro.
We are really blessed with the Caribbean is represented.
Yes.
Different islands, Jamaica,
big time.
St. Kitts and Jamaica. Today they are represented. It's a really a pleasure to see the Caribbean islands really partaking and brothers putting their voices. And the floor is yours. Rich.
First of all, I just want to say thank you guys again, man. You guys put in a lot of effort in this. It's giving me a lot of energy to go through my day. Also, I don't know if you guys realize, but there's a pattern of people coming from the Caribbean to shed light on African situations, every 50 to 60 years. Just look at it. You'll see, first there was Kwame Ture, which started the Black Power movement in America. Then before that, 6 years before that, you could say was some other Caribbean person. A lot of them we don't know, but we know Marcus Garvey, Kwame Ture, and some other ones. But yeah, it's always a pattern. I think that this is we're gonna be at this, as I told you guys in the beginning when I started, we're gonna be at this in this exam room until we pass this test. If we don't pass this test, we're gonna hand it over to another generation and another generation and another generation. But we have to pass it in this generation this time. First thing I want to say, right? I heard the first speaker say something about foreign aid. Foreign aid is not, we're not supposed to get foreign aid. I think that when we say we don't need foreign aid, we have to be mindful of the people who just be getting this aid. Some of them really need this aid. If we don't want other people to give Africa foreign aid, then the foreign aid must come from the diaspora. It must be replaced, not erased. It needs to be replaced until it can be something that the Africans and the continent can do on their own. But until then, all the aid that's coming to African people supposed to be from the African diaspora. We have enough money and we have enough power. We don't have any excuse. Next thing is that aid is a Trojan horse. That's what aid is. If you guys go back to what happened in Somalia back in the 90s, this Black Hawk Down thing that they talk about, it was because of aid. So first they send in aid because what they do, they send their soldiers with aid so that they could study our peace. They could study our peace and pretend that they're helping us. And then they break us. Because that's what started that Black Hawk Down situation. First, they went in to give aid, they said, to the people who chose their own leader over in Somalia. And then they end up on a kill or capture mission. And by the way, a little side note, in the future, when they come to Africa, when they kill and capture missions, that's where they're going to get killed or captured. We need to tell them that. So I want you guys also, as we talk about bringing Africa as one and those things, I want to give you guys an analogy that I saw a couple of days ago. And what it is a swarm of sardines. If you ever seen a swarm of sardines defend themselves, they defend themselves against bigger predators. And the way how they defend themselves is that they sense the danger coming from miles away in the vibrations in the water. They sense the sharks coming. What they do when they sense the sharks coming is that they ball together as one and then they start spinning in a tornado. They do that because they know that, they call it a bait ball, but they do that because they know that the predators that are coming for them are bigger than them. They know that they're bigger than them and stronger than them. But when they ball up as one and they spin as a tornado, it intimidates the bigger predators that are around them. And so what that does, it gives them time. It gives them time to think at least, or to move in that unison, in that ball. So they know that, another thing is that they know that they won't all survive the attack from the predators. But they still, that's their defense mechanism, that's their only defense mechanism. I think that this analogy could be used for Africans because we have to admit that militarily speaking, we are a little weaker than them. We are a little weaker than our enemies, and our enemies are coming from all over. Even when you think about the sardines, the swarm of sardines, even bigger sardines come to eat those sardines, the smaller sardines. The bigger sardines are like the African leaders that sell out their people. These are the bigger sardines. But the real sharks are coming from Europe, but they still ball up themselves in a big, like I'm talking about millions of sardines ball up themselves in a big ball, and they spin really fast just to intimidate their predators. Also, they realize that they have no alternative but to ball up and create that defense mechanism. It, as I say, it buys them time. And if you see how they behave when they start getting attacked, they move and adjust in unison based on where they're getting attacked. This is how our nationality has to become. Our nationality has to become kind of fluid. You know what I mean? We can't just say we're Nigerians and we're not gonna have anything to do with the people that are getting killed in Niger by the French. We can't say that. We have to ball up in one with them. We have to make our nationality fluid. So when they attack us in the heart of our unison, we split in the center, and we still ball up. We still hold that unison. My friend, the coordinator, can you show them a picture or a GIF of how the ball of sardines behave in when they're getting attacked? So these ball of sardines also, they have no leaders. We have to realize that they have no leaders, but they know that they're gonna get attacked. somehow, because they already feel the vibration. I think that we all can feel the vibration right now, that everybody has their eyes on Africa. So now is it our time to ball up like millions of sardines and start to spin in a tornado and intimidate them? We have to intimidate them so we could buy ourselves time. And let me tell you, these when we ball up in a bar like these sardines, is more than intimidation that's gonna happen, eh? They're not even gonna come down in our continent, I'm telling you, because they know already we have our eyes on them and we are balling up. We're making ourselves stronger. We can't do it without that. That's what I wanted to tell you guys, this analogy that I had. And I said to myself, whoa, this is how Africans supposed to be acting on this planet right now. We sense the vibration, then we pull together as one and we intimidate them first. The intimidation is gonna at least buy us some time. If it doesn't scare them away as a whole, you're gonna at least buy us some time. And next thing I wanted to tell you guys, the last thing is that I always had this idea that celebrating independence is, I don't want to bust you guys' bubble, but I feel like we need to educate our people on how they're supposed to celebrate independence, because you don't celebrate when someone free you. You know what I mean? If you want to celebrate, when you kill the oppressors, then you can celebrate that. But you don't celebrate when someone free you. You're giving them power over you. Like the Haitians, when the Haitians celebrate independence, the Haitians, I think, are more celebrating the leader that started the revolution, not the fact that somebody freed them. Because, brethren, you were born free. You were born free and enslaved. It's a big difference between saying that you're a slave and saying that you're enslaved. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
we were born free.
Very clear.
And we should celebrate. We should celebrate our independence, but with a perspective of celebrating the fact that we actually fought people that try to make us less than human beings. So the ball, brethren, the ball of sardines, the swarm of sardines, I want you guys to check the analogy. And my brother Ezra, can you please show them a GIF or a little video of how they behave, even around the huge predators?
Rich, you can text it on the chat so that you can look it up faster. You have the private chat. You got it?
Yes.
You got it.
Yeah, I have some. I've been looking at it for the past week because I said to myself, "Whoa, this is a great analogy. It's a very, very good analogy. If you just watch how they behave, watch out. These are God's creation, you know, just like how we are God's creation. These are God's creation here. These methods of protecting themselves had to evolve somehow. This how we have to evolve. We have to. I send you guys a picture in the private chat. I mean, a Google link.
Can I say something else?
Yeah, sure.
You know, we in the rebuilding of Africa, right? But I think that Africa and Africans need to take a protectionist approach in terms of, I'm not sure about getting real radical, but we need some radical. But what I mean is, Africa needs to be on its own. You feel me? Africa needs to say, okay, I'm gonna test the waters like someone who leaving their parents, right? Because what a lot of people call in Europe their parents, especially the Francophones ones. But I want to say, like, we need to get rid of whoever is not Black in Africa. It's like, and that's why I'm saying, why are we scared to call ourselves Black? Because what happened is we have to distinguish who is an African. You feel me? We can't have the tip end of South Africa saying they're Africans. And we cannot have the tip end of North Africa saying they're Africans either. You feel me? And we cannot have these people saying that they're Africans, yet they do not like us, and they'll let it be known. So we can't say, oh yeah, they're friends, they are friends. They know they're not. And these people have us in their backyards right now. In maybe Libya, Tunisia, and Algeria and Morocco. And we don't know that. We don't know which one of us is chained to somebody's backyard steps in North Africa right now. You feel me? And we need to not take this type of stuff lightly. You feel me? I think we need a Eritrea model with and I think all Africa needs this oath or oath. I swear loyalty to the black skin and patriotism to Africa. I think that oath should be prominent in Africa. So we have a Eritrea pattern, Africa, all Africa, and a motto that says, I swear loyalty to the black skin and patriotism to Africa, and everyone has to abide to that. You see me? Where we don't have internal borders, and we extend all the internal borders to the external borders, and we protect our borders. I think we should, if we cannot build our weapons, I think that we should formulate friendship with the northern Europeans. You feel me? The northern part of Europeans, and try to get our submarines from them and try to get our gunships from them until we can build our own. You feel me? But we need African Navy to circle 50 miles perimeter right around goddamn Africa. Southern to western, southern, eastern, and western coast. You feel me? And also, when we get rid of whoever is controlling the north, we control our Mediterranean also. You feel me? And we need to not be satisfied with what we got, because what we got is what they took from, is what they left, because they ain't get it yet. That's how we should see things. You feel me? We are where we are because they ain't get it yet. You feel me? So we have to take a aggression approach to the future. You feel me? Do or die, because it's like this. We controlled Northeast Africa back in before Christ times. You feel me? A lot of black people was over there. A lot of black people was in Israel. That's why we moved Israel to Ethiopia, which is Lalibela, the New Jerusalem. You feel me? So we was always over there. So what happened is we got cast out. You feel me? We was also in Greece. We got cast out. You feel me? We was also in Spain and England and all those places. We got cast out. You feel me? So we was in North Africa. We got cast out. Now they have DNA for North Africa. How is that? How come? And they're not saying they're Africans. You feel me? They say their DNA come from North Africa, and Palestine and Turkey and these places. You feel me? So what happened is they have took North Africa. I can't talk to you now. They took North Africa, you feel me, from us, and then have their own particular DNA where they're trying to own North Africa, saying that their DNA comes from goddamn North Africa, which is a lie. You feel me? So we have to really go on the aggression to own Africa in its completion. You understand? Where it's black everywhere. If we don't have that type of greed, you feel me? if we don't have that type of drive, we done for. You feel me? Because we can't have people taking piece of our stuff, talking about because they're over there for 1,000 years or something, they own it. No, we need to take it. Just like how we love our tribes and love our this, we need to take our land. And we need to get anybody out of our land who don't like black people. We cannot live with these people. You feel me? We need to go anywhere in Africa as we please. Thank you, sir. I'm sorry for my rant.
Thank you very much, Ikan. Nati, do you want to respond now, or should I go to Malenga?
Please let us give chance to other brothers, but I will respond definitely to Ridge, because Ridge says, I want you to respond to what I have said. Ridge, actually, we are in the same line, in the same line of thought. I can also, the same line of thought. I have asked Ezra to prepare for us a short clip to watch. We will come back to it and use that clip actually to summarize what we've been discussing so far. So, Malenga, karibu sana. And Eleri is quiet.
Hello.
I don't know what's happening. I hope he's
Hello,
around.
can you hear me?
Yes, Malenga.
Can you hear me, Malenga?
Habari yako bwana?
Mzuri sana. Karibu sana kaka yangu.
Asante, asante.
So
hello everybody.
Hello, Malenga. How are you, brother?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm just enjoying the conversation here. Yeah. Yes, yes, my input will be on someone mentioned about the aid. Do we still need aid in Africa? Yes, we don't need aid in Africa. I don't think we don't need aid at this time. And as the Mika there mentioned earlier on about Magufuli, the President Magufuli, what he did, he showed the example that Africa doesn't need aid. For example, what he did, like he opened, I think it was a gold bureau, which Tanzania should start reserve gold. You see, that's the model which we need. That's a step which he started showing that African country, if they can do that, if they can start reserving gold, that's start accumulating wealth. You see, so we ain't gonna need aid, because the aid comes with the strings. You see, they come with a string where we have to abide with so many rules. Either you cut your education, you cut your, you cannot subsidize your farmers. There's a lot of things, and then the entry of NGOs where they have input in the government. What shall we do, or an education system? A lot of stuff which comes in. For example, I can give an example of UN. The way the UN is giving their development program. If you look at the African Union development program, it's the same United Nations development program. And you look at the SADC, they've got the same United Nations program. So if all these countries start saying, okay, we're going to, like African countries say, okay, we're going to do our own program, they ain't going to allow them to do that. And they're going to tell them, we ain't going to give you the money, the aid money. So we don't need the aid, because it comes with all those strings. And another thing is, to develop your own economy, you need to have a strong security. I think this was another conversation which was the day before yesterday. People talked about it. And then all these, they all link to independence. So for example, today you're saying Tanzania is celebrating independence. I've been asking myself so many times, like, because I'm half Malawian, I'm half Tanzania, and my wife is from Ethiopia. So I look at it and say, okay, do we really need
that's nice, eh?
yeah. So I say, do we really need to have independence party, whatever people they celebrate on all these when it comes, and they spend a lot of money to celebrate all this. And then you find the country, they're struggling. We're still struggling with the poverty, and then we are saying we are independent. Independent of what? We are not economically independent. We are not militarily, we're not independent. Education system, we are not independent. So what are we independent for? And we say we're independent, and we're going to ask for money from wherever, Britain, America, or World Bank, because they are all run by the same people. IMF, they are run by the same people. Or nowadays, there's China, and we say we're independent. So that, for me, really, we don't need aid. We need to start sustaining ourselves. And the topic about aid also, I've got a friend who is from Kenya. We always argue about this. And then he say, oh, no, we need dollars to trade. If we don't have dollars, we ain't going to trade. I say, yes, we need to stand up. We need to get rid of that. We need to learn how to start. If they put a sanction, we need to start standing up and find the means of raising money in our own country or doing trade. How did we used to trade before colonialism or before slave trade? How did we used to trade? And this question can go to the people who have studied economics. Our economic people, they need to start looking at what African used to do in a trade-wise. How do we used to trade? Because we used to trade with China, with other countries, all over India. The Aksumite Empire used to go all the way into India to China. How do they used to trade? And how do they use to bring money? For example, let's look at the building of pyramid. Of course, they tell us a story about the slaves, that the slaves built those pyramids. But no, let's look at deep. It needs economy to build those stuff.
Yes.
What economy was involved in that time? Because you need to feed the people. So if we go back, and then this is a question I posed to economics people. I've got one of my member families is economics. I always pose this question. I say, have you ever looked into Africa? What model can we run our own economic rather than copying from IMF?
Are you hearing each other?
Telling us that if you don't abide from these rules, then we're not giving you money. And what happened? Then we start leaking them again. We go back and leak them. And every time we see all these leaders, African leaders, they're posing on the photos. They we are negotiating with the World Bank. What are you negotiating with the World Bank? You've got all the minerals in your country. You've got all these resources in your country. What are you negotiating? So that's where we need to look at when we're celebrating independence. What really independent are we celebrating? And security-wise, are we independent in security? For example, I'm going to ask you this question. Do we have our own intelligence system? If I mean intelligence system, I mean, for example, I'll give an example. America, they've got CIA. Britain, they've got MI5 and all that, MI6. You go to Russia, they've got the KGB. You go Israel, they've got Mossad. You go China, I don't know what China they've got. I've never looked into it. So, what is the African intelligence system? What system do we have for intelligence, for gathering intelligence, to know what our enemy is planning, what their business model, what are they doing? Because business, even if you want to become independent in economic, you need to have these agencies running around and helping their government. Do we have those systems? I know we have our military, but we've got like Malawi, we've got their own intelligence system. Tanzania has got their own intelligence system. Kenya, they've got their own intelligence system. If you look deeper in them, who's running those intelligence systems? Who's training them? Those intelligence systems. You find out America is the one who's training all these people. So really, is it our intelligence system? It's not. If we also look in Ethiopia, who's training Ethiopia intelligence system? I know our Prime Minister Abiy is one of the intelligence. He was the head of intelligence, which I like about it. There's something I like about him, the way he ran his stuff, because I like intelligence stuff. I like to look into the intelligence system. And but behind it, I can see who's the major player, where he trained. For example, we can also look at I'm going to mention about the Kagame, Muyoli Museveni, who trained them. And you find that's why we're not independent. because they could not even look now. They could not even dare to send their military to help Ethiopia to fight there. So imagine this was, for example, let's go back. When America was going to Iraq to invade Iraq, what happened to all Western countries? They unite together. They say you fight one, you fight all. So what about Africans? We let that happen. They always comes in, give fund to the oppositions, and we just keep quiet. We've seen it happening in Ethiopia, and this time we've seen it red-handed. They could not deny it. And all other African countries, they've just kept it. Of course, Kenya went there and say, oh, we are negotiating peace. Who are you negotiating peace with? You're getting invaded here, man. African is getting invaded. Why don't you say, okay, Kenya is going to send the troops. Okay, Malawi is going to send the troops. Uganda, send the troops. None of the countries, they just kept quiet. They put their tails in between their legs. Come on. That shows that we don't have an intelligence system. We don't control our own military. Look at who's funding the military. For example, the African military. They are funding it. The United States is funding it. You can start with for example, let's start with Egypt. Egypt always received $2 billion. I think last time there was a report that they received $2 billion US for their military. Kagame was trained by Americans, and he received aid for his military. I supported the guy. I support the guy. I used to think, oh yes, but later on I start looking behind him. I say, no. Hang on a minute. Something's not adding up here. We have to question it and look. I know people that posted on the Facebook, oh, you send the military to help Mozambique. And I was like, okay, why is he sending military to help Mozambique while South Africa is right there? South Africa has got the strongest military in Africa. It's because we don't control our own military. We don't control our economy. Always we're asking for money, aid, but we've got the resources. The God creator who created the heaven and earth gave us everything, and we are still complaining. Every Sunday we go to church to complain.
Mr. Malek, I must say.
I think I need to stop here now, because otherwise I need to give other people the chance. We can talk next time again.
It's really an interesting critic to the whole situation that you've brought. I must say, Sancho, Zikomo Kwambiri.
Amisa Kinalo.
You say,
I've got a lot to contribute.
Yes,
I've got a lot to contribute.
Actually, you are. I must say that you are a Malawian, half Tanzanian, married to an Ethiopian. You are a Pan-African already in the trend. And thank you for the points you have given. And actually, when you're talking about the different situations that were trending and what you're criticizing, I must say that we have, in the Pan-African movement, we have the movement already happening, but it was not a collective effort. For example, you talk about the economics and African economics. I mean, you are a Malawian. Just next door, Professor Dambiza Moyo, who is a Zambian economist, wrote about this book called Dead Aid. And she gives
the Dead Aid,
beautiful explanation of the economy and how African economy must say no more to foreign aid, which comes from the IMF and which comes from the International Monetary Fund in various ways, which really backs up their own analysis of economy while we remain in the dark. And it is true. And the second point you've talked about is the military collaboration. First, you talked about the intelligentsia, but one of the brighter picture that I want to bring to this conversation is you talked about the intelligentsia, and I am an Ethiopian. Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed is one of the five who created Information Network Security Agency. We call it INSA. And guess what? He was sent to South Africa for training. And when they came back, yes, they did their training in South Africa, five of them. And when they came back, they wrote a proposal which went to the then Prime Minister Meles Zenaw's office, which was later on expanded, and the formation of INSA came in. Boom, Information Network Security Agency. So these are the collaborations that we want to see. You have mentioned it, but I want to give you full-fledged examples that this already is in existence. Now, if I take you back in the days, now in order to make a big jump, we have to retreat backward. So I want to give you also what happened in the past where KK, Kenneth Kaunda, do you remember? After
Kenneth Kaunda, yes.
He was put in prison. Do you remember that time when he was imprisoned? The first African president who Chiluba put him in prison, and the first African president who responded was Julius Kambarage Nyerere, Baba wa Taifa. So he came in straight into the prison cell and removed him from prison. And Chiluba, with high respect for Mwalimu Nyerere, could not resist, and he released him. This kind of collaboration already existed. Now, to your surprise, I wanted to give you another thing that KK himself sang. Do you remember? Tieni pamozi untima.
Yes.
You remember?
I remember.
So that time, when these songs, then after Tieni pamozi untima umo, it changed to Tieni Limpopo. Do you remember? The narrative changed.
Yeah, I remember the song, but not very well.
These songs were national songs that says that let's go to Limpopo to free Rhodesia. Let's go to South Africa, because Tanzania contributed to the freedom struggle of literally the rest of Southern Africa. They contributed.
They contributed a lot.
Including our own Nelson Mandela was in Tanzania trained, in Ethiopia at some point. So we had that collaboration. The only thing is that we don't have that collective effort as Africans, which Ridge talked about, by the way, by saying that vibration of resistance, that vibration of saying no is already at hand, but we are doing it independently. And now it's about time we come together as Africans to bring this vibration to say no to the West, to say no more to the rest of the world. And by the way, Ezra is offline. You talked about Kagame. You used to respect him, and at one point or another, he disappointed you. I understand, but I
still give him respect. But you know, you cannot be 100%. But
yes, I know.
It's because of our I think it's a poverty or something is pushing us, and because also the agreement deals which they do sign, this president once they get into that system. Where I was reading one book called Economic Hitman. Where it's very interesting story when you go into and you start understanding these games are played in the government.
I have read that book. It's about this economic hitman who actually dialogues alone with the rest of Africa, and he writes his experience, right?
Yes, where you see these games that they still get played in Africa, and then you can see them once you start reading that. And because why I'm saying this, I'll mention one thing, because my background was a military, and then it's a shame that I'm going to mention this. I joined the British Army So I came here because I'm in the UK. I joined the British Army. That's where I learned this stuff. And then I started looking at this stuff. I said, okay, there's something here we're not learning, especially because there's a lot of people in from Africa, South Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, and they're all in the military here in the UK. African people. We are fighting for our master. We're fighting for them. But we cannot even mobilize ourselves to unite and say, no. There's something wrong here. So I agree. Yes. Yeah.
But so you see, I want us to see this next video that I asked Ezra to play for us some time back, because I somehow felt that this at some point will pop in as a question. Look what Kagame is standing on right now. Look where Kagame is. That African consciousness is back. People are aware now, no matter how they were twisted by the Americans, by the Brits, and by whatnots. Now the consciousness is back because we are feeling the pinch independently. Ezra, can you play that reaction that Kagame has towards this journalist?
What do you use that?
Yes, wait. I'm trying to.
It is on the screen, Mr. Malenga.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. Something here that happened. Let me just quickly re-edit.
Yeah. So that's one of the things I want us to see. And by the way, we see new faces here. To Niger, Oga, welcome. How did they do now?
Can I make a joke before this thing to Niger come in?
Sure. And our brother here, you has put on the camera. What's your name, sir?
Okay. Is it me?
Yes, please tell us your name as Icon is going to tell us some joke.
Okay. I'm Yosef Fekadu.
Yosef Fekadu. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I've attended this program 1 or 2 times and I've already commented. And I made some comments. And today I would like to give some ideas regarding the mission. And this, what I want to say here is, most of the time we are proud, particularly Ethiopians and Liberians are proud of something. And that point is, we are one of the countries who are not colonized foreign that is what we say most of the time. We chant. Actually, that is true. That is true. I won't deny it. However, there is a poison. We try to eradicate, the invading parties, but what we didn't make effort on is eliminating the poisons they spread in our land, on our land. This poison is the one that parties or that discriminates us based on identity, religion, and things like that. We didn't eliminate that. So their poison is still scattered on our land, Africa. So we can't say we became free of colonialism all in all. I think you got my idea.
Exactly. Yes.
Plus,
loud and clear.
Yeah. Plus, still, many people, many Africans should know something. There is still colonialism in Africa by Western countries, particularly by Americans. When children go to Arab world, something is said. It is seen as slavery, as servant, not as independent person. But when our sibling brothers go to America by development, it is said they show off. It is something to be proud of.
Mm-hmm.
It is slavery for me. How come a person feels free while he has no right to decide on what he do and on what he deserves, or the payment he deserves for what he does? And I can see how going abroad really
Josie,
yes.
can you just make sure that
Keep the
your
mic.
microphone is
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Can you repeat that point, please, again?
My point is on issue of colonialism. Many Africans think that there is no colonialism still in Africa or in the world, but I do say there is colonialism. If you say, well, how? When we are not making decision on our products regarding their price and how to distribute and sell. You know what Gaddafi said? We don't have to sell our products. When I say products, export products like coffee, like oils and so forth. We don't have to. We have to decide how to sell it. That is the issue Gaddafi raised on AU conference, and this was the point behind his deserting. I think the point he made, and again, there is intruding habit of Western countries when there is conflict in Africa. What is their concern? Can't we solve being united? Or is there any part who called for their help? They simply intrude. And so this is one feature of colonialism. Unless you invite someone, if that person or that part comes and intrude into your concern, he is loading his identity, his wish, his willings upon you. And there is no colonialism more than this. There is no oppression more than this for me. And so, in fact, we are celebrating Independence Day in different countries of Africa. That is good. Again, we are left with a lot to do to be free, to make true unity of Africa, one Africa, united Africa, and United Nations of Africa. And so this program should be expanded more, as to me. Thank you very much for inviting, for creating this program, for devoting your time, effort on this program. That is what I want to say. Thank you very much. God bless Africa.
Excellent point. Excellent point. Ezra, can you? This is an excellent point. Can you play the video then?
Okay, I'm just gonna play the video.
Tragic situation. I think that's what we're talking about. So,
well, just for example, there was an Amnesty International wrote a report in the lead up to the 2017 election that talks about opposition politicians, journalists, human rights defenders being jailed, physically attacked, even killed.
I think you're interested in
forced into exile or silence. So just interested in.
I think you're
your
interested in
idea of that assessment
raising
of your
views to the audience so that you influence them by
the European Union sees itself very much as an exporter of human rights and a defender of human rights.
Why can't you let me answer this?
I'm very interested in
Otherwise, you are going to ask and then answer yourself.
I'm very interested in your answer. I'm giving you some context on why I'm asking.
You're asking and giving answer at the same time. So
please tell me, what do you make of this assessment?
I think it's just ridiculous because there is nothing like rights minus these things we are talking about. what you are talking about in terms of development. These are human rights. Development, schools, education, health, and food security. And, you know, when you see now the level of poverty has decreased almost by 60%. So these people, these human beings with improved lives and participating in that themselves to improve their own lives, gets lost in what the whole list you've been spelling out as if, you know, what is in Rwanda is really hell. In fact, forgetting the hell that we have gone through, that we stood against and sorted out when you were there just talking about more or less nonsense, because
do you reject accusations, for example,
it's
from
rubbish, absolute rubbish.
You reject
Rwanda
that?
is completely different from what it was 25 years ago. In fact, maybe you need to be looking around in Europe. You are violating people's rights. When we have this problem of people being bundled and sent back to sink in the Mediterranean and so on, and so many people being mistreated in your own countries, why don't you talk about your human rights and stop just offloading everything?
Well, this is a development conversation, so
no,
in the context of development.
You are not the one to determine what conversation or what points to raise in any conversation. We are asking questions. This is what I'm saying. You are asking questions and you are giving yourself answers.
Well, Commissioner Mimica, just in
Thank you so much, Ezra.
How much is the European Union?
Clearly, the reason why I brought in this is, Mr. Mlenga, you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Some of the people who've been, as you've said, trained are becoming conscious of what is happening. And actually, to see where Rwanda has come from, to ridicule Kagame in such a way he is violating this and that, is bringing in a narrative to tarnish actually the accomplishments that he has achieved so far than the real human rights. That's why I've been talking about it. If we put the human rights violations, the African Americans who are dying on the streets of America, people who are segregated on the speed trains and streets of the UK, if you put them together, it is even much worse than what they want us to see Africa as a collective picture. So this is where the consciousness needs to come in, that when it comes to problem, Africa is put in one sack, but when it comes to their own problem, they see it as individual problems, individual states, and individual places. And this needs to stop. So actually, this is one of the things that we need to see when we talk about Pan-Africanism. The other one is what Josie talked about, our people being spread all over. And I will repeat this, as an Ethiopian myself, I always said that everywhere you go in the world, you will find Ethiopians. And it's true. But now, we have, by the way, we are global citizens. Yes, we are chasing for the cheese, the money, the prosperity, education, work, and we go everywhere. But Joseph, I see this actually as a blessing in disguise for Africa. And I am sure Mr. Mlenga, from this small country called Malawi, he is in the law enforcement of the UK. What does that speak? And I have my own classmates also who are in the law enforcement, in the Marine, in the US. I have friends who are in Israel being the military. So this is actually a blessing in disguise. When the system is about to collapse, how does it collapse? You have people who are spread everywhere who will bring the system down. And one of the things that I want us to discuss and see the bigger picture is look at the No More movement, that in 27 cities all over the world, Africans, Ethiopians, Eritreans coming out saying no more was really a shocker for all the system. And I am sure when the 70,000 plus people came out in the US and said no more and hands off Ethiopia, I'm sure the American government is shocked by the amount of Ethiopians that are already in the system. So this is a blessing in disguise. So let's not take it as something negative altogether. Now, whether you believe it or not, the Ethiopian Americans are already discussing lobbying votes from Biden. So you know what that means. So these are the systems that are going to help us to bring down the African question at every level of the world. I am sure tomorrow, as a law enforcement police, as a law enforcement officer, Mr. Malenga, if you are deployed to Malawi and asked to shoot at your own people, you will have a moral barricade that would stop you from doing so. So,
and
you know, when
can I make it just? I'm no longer in the forces now. I'm no longer in the forces.
Yes,
4 years now, I'm out.
Okay, I'm trying to give the image. Anyways, I'm not going to really say that is the reality, but that's where we are. I don't know if I am making sense the way I want to bring it out. So we have, let's see it, we have children on the ground everywhere, on every platform, who will bring the African cause home.
Yeah. Can I put some input a bit on this issue? Yes, when I say, because when I'm looking at the events like that, for that, yes.
Mr. Malenga, let me just disturb everyone. It's officially the 60th Independence Day in Tanzania. It's just after 12 in Tanzania for those who don't know. And I just like us to play the national anthem again, and then we'll come back to the topic and continue. And after that, after answering, I want also Niger to come in and share his thoughts for today. So I'm just going to play the national anthem for Tanzania. It has some translations, and thanks to Biggie for sharing this national anthem. So I'm just going to do this.
Tanzania, tubariki watoto
Wow.
Yeah, thanks for thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, I just want to comment a bit on back to, and I'll finish quickly because I just want to about the video for Kagame. I watched that video. I think it has about maybe some years back, and there's a funny things when you see these journalists when they push him to those kind of questions. They always try to catch him. You see, and because that's why I was saying that we are not there when they are signing the deals. When they enter in the government, I know Kagame has done a big deal on a Rwanda where it came from, and also we have to understand what is going on. We need to look behind it. What is going on in Rwanda? Yeah, and then because the Americans are giving aid, they use it the word of national security. That's what the Americans they use it. But one day there's something which is gonna trigger. Let's not forget the story of Libya, Muammar Gaddafi. Okay? So one day is going to come one day where something is going to trigger in that region of Rwanda and something's going to happen and they're going to get rid of him. The same people who are sponsoring, who are funding, who are giving the money to the country, which the country is doing great now. But the question is, we African, can we stand, even if you today you decide and say, no, the West, like the way Ethiopia has done, can we stand? Can we continue to stand? That's my main, every time I ask myself that kind of question. Because I'm looking at the patterns which have been happening. Libya, Syria, all these leaders, they've been a darling of the West. Let's talk about the Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein was a CIA. He was a darling of the West. You can mention names of the leaders. And then what happened? They'll just take them off. Once you start disagreeing with them, like the way that lady there, she was posing those questions, and that's what they do. Always when you watch those news, just watch the questions. I'm not expert. I'm not a journalist expert, but the way I did intelligence when I was in the force, and you start looking at the questions. For me, those questions are the one trigger the point where I say I can see where it's going. And then another thing also, you look at the opposition. Why America should fund the opposition party in a country? Why should America fund the opposition, or America or Britain fund the opposition in Malawi? Why are they funding them? For example, the recent scenario happened in Tanzania when the opposition party failed. Where did he rush? He went to American embassy. We talk about it in Uganda again. What happened? That Bobby Wine. Where did he go? Rushing to American embassy. So why are they funding these people and then bringing that confusion in the country? So those are you see the triggers, which is the same what happened in Ethiopia. That's exactly the same thing. They've been funding the other side, which they're fighting the legitimate government, which has been elected by people. Why they always come up with that? Because they give us money. Because we depend on them so much. So that's where the question is. When we have independence, we need to be questioning all these questions and look deeper. I'm not against on any development which is going on in Africa. I agree with all the development, but we need to question our security. If we decide to stand on our own and question the West to say, no, we don't want to do that, can we stand? Can other countries, African countries, come in and defend? But African countries, they're always scared. They'll run away. As I say, they'll put their tails in their legs. They keep quiet. They'll keep going with their own business. Yes, you can go on with your business, but question, like for example, we see in Europe, always when they have a terrorist attack, what do? All the country, they'll stand together and condemn it. On the news, they'll be singing like a national anthem. But in Africa, where's our leader? Did they sing like a national anthem? But they always say, oh, we are just looking the way of bringing peace. Oh, but okay, where's that narrative coming from? We always speak to make the West happy, the international community happy. Why do we always need approval from them? Yeah, because we need money from them, because our economy depends on their money from them. So yeah, I'm not going to take much time on that, but those are the issues. I'm not against with Kagame, what he's doing, but I always question the deals, the sign behind it. When you look at it, and then when he start going against those deals, then it will happen like Libya, it will happen like Saddam Hussein, it will happen like Syria. Always, we've seen this happening. Kwame Nkrumah happens that we can go back to the history. What Nixon, the president of America, signed a deal sending Kwame Nkrumah for peace negotiation in Vietnam. Why? And what happened? What happened in Ghana? The coup d'etat happened. So there's all those moves which going on behind. We don't see them, and then what we do, we just celebrate the successful material. We celebrate the materialistic. We are forgetting what's behind this materialistic. And then once they bring down that, they bring our energy down also. So I don't want to go much on that. Now we're going to spiritual side of it, where the way they operate. And one more thing which I give credit to Kagame. He defended that Tembisa. Is it Tembisa Moyo, the one who wrote the Dead Aid book?
Yes, Dambisa Moyo, Dr. Dambisa Moyo.
Yes, he defended her. I listened to her talk. She's got a talk on a YouTube. If you guys want to look, just look for her talk. She said she got threatened by some organization which are Bill Gates threatened her because Bill Gates was doing this goody man of investing in mosquito nets and all these kind of things. So there was a crash there. They didn't want her to give advice to African countries. So she was threatened, but the person who came to her help is Kagame, which I give big credit on that.
Yeah, actually, the most critical thinkers here in Africa and intellectuals are sidelined. She's not the only one, Dambisa Moyo. Also, if you see Dr. Arikana, who was also part of the AU, the AU, she was sidelined, and actually she resigned. And if you see some of her critical analysis of the economy in Africa, you will be really shocked, because she is really an insider who knew the think tank of what was going on, and she said no more. So you are right, Mr. Mlenga, and it's about time that we need to undo, and it is us. We need to start it. We need to make it happen. And the consciousness that is happening right now is very promising. Everyone is uncomfortable. It's just bringing together this discomfort together and air it and say what's next. And we'll be on the next level, on the next platform. But already the train is moving, and we need to get on board. I think we need to get on board. I mean, many the negativities towards the unity of Africa, but we need to get on board, and especially intellectuals, as my brother Joseph Befkado has said, the diaspora. These are the invisible hand that will bring these tyrants down and ensure the resurrection of Africa as a state, as a united state. I think at this point I would ask Tunaija, our security man. He's been here at the background. Tunaija, are you there, Oga?
Yeah, I've been here for almost an hour, and
Kwaba. Welcome.
Welcome. Okay, I'm gonna leave the space for other people, but I want to thank this channel that is giving a voice to African people, and we should continue. And then I would like to ask all the intellectual people in economics, in a different type, they should come here and join and give their view. They should not be scared. We are here. We protect each other. Okay, thank you very much, guys, and have a good night.
Before you leave, this is Biggie. I'm sorry, I just interrupted in between, but one thing that if you ever notice that Kagame, when he got the questioning, and in fact, any African leaders or ministers and everything else, when the Western media question to establish their agenda, they always question and have solution right there. Now they have, if the incumbent of the questioner doesn't go back and fight it, it's become like a norm, it's accepted. Even the guy that we interviewed, he accepted it. So that's Kagame intervening. Look at Trump. When he was in the office, when they quit questioning him on some false information, the first thing he blasts them out, say, fake news. He tells them fake news. First of all African leaders in the nation, when they are introduced in the UN session, they're all been addressed as excellency. So that respect has to be there. If not, all African leaders should not take any interview by any disrespectful organization. And it has to start with respect first. You ask a question, I'll answer you. If you're not with it, then I don't need your interview. They have to stand in there. The second thing is about the AIDS and everything else that you talked about. Yes, we can talk about it a lot, but there need to be an infrastructure or a way that all African nations should establish this communication. I got your back. The next one is I got your back. Tanzania, I got your back. Nigeria, I got your back. Then that nation is not alone to be intimidated, because at least one or two nations got his back. So the attitude that African leaders should take, protecting one another. And the more they bring in, and that's what's happening now in the East Horn of Africa, that's what Abiy is coming with. I got your back, Somalia. I got your back, Eritrea. I got your back, Sudan, North, South. That is what's going on. So we have to really be patient, and let us do as African citizens, do our groundwork and mobilize, make understanding to the youth. This is what's going on in your country. It's not just playing on toys and stuff. They're gonna toy you around. So this is your future. You got to get involved. So the more youth we get them involved, the more we get education. Actually, there are smart little young Africans that can come up in different corner to give Africa a chance to grow, a chance to unify, a chance to love one another. So everything you said really, really matters, and we have to take control of our destiny.
True. All right, guys. Give chance to other people. Thank you very much. We'll talk again tomorrow.
Okay. Can I get a chance to give you 2 points only?
Hold on. I don't know. Was he here before me, or I was here before him? I don't know.
Yeah. Can we give Niger first the platform, and then we'll come back, Josie.
Okay. For one, I don't know how the arrangement of the platform is done. Maybe it's a freestyling distance, so that I'm fine with. That I can roll with all the punches and all the rest of it. So, but I felt like I needed to listen to what people were saying today. So if you have a pattern for it, you can have that, so that I can know when I will be expected to speak, because it's almost an hour now, and You know, even if everybody was speaking 10 minutes, he should have gone around by now. So that said, regarding the topic at hand, everything that has been said so far has been quite insightful. Maybe that's why I'm a little bit quieter. Because if I don't have much to say, there's nothing to say. There's no point repeating stuff. However, from what I've heard yesterday from some African leaders, I think some of the things we are saying here, I don't know whether they are listening or something. And I'm hearing words that I didn't think I would be hearing from them recently. That's from South African president, for that matter. Yeah, he's using words like us surviving on scraps and talking about, you know, this is something I started about talking about 3 months ago, where they gave themselves almost 20 trillion worth of loans and how we are surviving on scraps, and talking about how just using the words we're using here. And this is why when we talk here, we have to understand that some people actually are paying attention. If they are not paying attention, it means somewhere along the line, our consciousness is evolving to that point. It's not only happening to us, it's happening everywhere. Because the African leaders, they seem to be speaking from one hymn book recently, and specifically Black African leaders. And that is interesting because I don't tend to hear most of the Northern African leaders talk like this. About the vaccine, they are on the same page. Nigeria, South Africa, Senegal, they were talking about how Africa needed to be allowed to make their own vaccine. And they were complaining about all the issues that the international community places on Africans, like the intellectual property rights restrictions, because we have the ability to make it, but if we make it, we are going to infringe some other person's intellectual property rights. Can you imagine? This is one of the things we face that some Africans don't perceive. It's not only physical, you know, or even sanction. There are rules that they put in place to even prevent us from innovating. You know, if somebody makes a battery and they don't allow you to make a battery, because if you make a battery, you're going to infringe on their rights. And if you want to go ahead and make it, they will require you to pay almost 30% of whatever you make to that person. You might as well be working for that person. So you see how they really keep us down. And the African leaders, Ramaphosa was really indignant about it yesterday. He was using language that we use on some of all these talk shows. So it tells you, and the feeling I got from it is that if African leaders get their act together, Africa will be formidable. And I spoke to another South African yesterday, and he was like, oh, Africans are useless. We don't stand a chance. They can invade us. Like, then you don't really understand. You don't really understand the nature of war. You know, nobody wants to go into a war they are not sure they are going to win. Because the moment you ring the bell for war against a continent that is up to 1 billion people, now you are shaking the whole world. You don't know, you will never get the status quo that you have today anymore. You will never get it better. Do you think the West, if they go to a massive war today, they will get as good a deal as they have today? China will not let them. The Indians will not let them. Russians will not let them. The international order you have today came from the war Americans won. And there is no way they can win the war like that again without destroying the whole world with nuclear technology. They are never going to get. So why would they want to invade Africa? Because we are demanding that we just need to develop. We just need to have our own things to this thing grow. And besides, if they do that, I don't want to start threatening the whole world. I can tell you right now, God help them. If I was the one commanding that army, that would be the gravest mistake to come into Africa.
Tell them, man.
Security man, don't finish people. Eh?
It will be their gravest mistake. And if they see that glint in our eyes, that they know we are ready for anything, that is when they respect you. Human beings, we know that as men. You can bully people all the time, but when you know they can hit back, you give them space.
Exactly.
Because you don't want it to cost you too much. You don't want to, end up with some nasty injury. Anybody knows that. So that's the nature. That's the way we have to be. And I really am encouraged by the signs I'm seeing from African leaders, that the way they are going about these things, they feel like they need to be speaking up right now. And Ramaphosa, of all people, he sounds even more indignant than Kagame. That's the way he's coming across. He sounds more indignant than the Ethiopian president. He's really, and the fact that he is from South Africa, a country that is quite industrialized.
He sounds like Julius Malema.
Yeah, he's beginning to sound like that, and that is a really good thing. Because guess what? Nigeria will be behind the scenes and like, yeah, go ahead. Because the Nigerian president doesn't talk too much. You just support him, and they are literally calling the blockade on African travel, this thing, an apartheid system, and which it is. The fact that people don't get this. When I was saying it about 2 months ago, when this Haitian crisis occurred, I said it just occurred to me that really the only people that are really restricted from traveling freely in this world is black people. Really, let's face it. Asians can travel almost anywhere freely. The Europeans can travel almost everywhere freely. Indians, by and large, can travel almost anywhere they want to go freely. The only people that
sounds like war to me.
Restricted is us.
Don't that sound like war?
Us with everything. Pardon?
Doesn't that sound like a war already?
Of course, it's a, come on. If we pretend as if we are not at war, then we are asleep then. If people decide to give themselves $20 trillion of loans, and on the continent they barely give us anything, what do you think that is? They are kicking you in the neck because you all have to go to the same market to buy equipment. You all have to go to the same market to buy defense tools, research equipment, and all the rest. They are giving themselves loans. They know they will never pay back. But they call it loans because they use that to exclude Africans. Then the IMF created 600 or something billion, and they want to give Africa about 30 billion, about 3% of that. 600 billion to help countries come out from COVID-19, and you say Africa, the whole Africa continent, should get 3% of it, while most of it is going to the countries that already have trillions of dollars of loans. How is that friendly? They don't want us to succeed. They don't
money attracts money.
They don't want us to do anything at all. And the South Africa was even among the G20 countries. And this is what is making South Africa even more angry, because they were there when they had some agreements, and they are finding out that the agreement is excluding Africa still. Even when the South Africans are happy to be part of the G20, guess what? When the money hits the accounts, no, it doesn't hit South Africa's account. Not as it should. So this is a problem that we keep facing over and over again, and I think the leaders themselves are beginning to catch on. And for me, I don't even know how, but somewhere along the line, there are people that are listening and getting this information to them, because the wording that they are using is sounding like the wording we are using here. We're talking about a president talking about us living on scraps. That is consciousness that is coming back. Because they know the economy, they are living in a sub-economy now. If they are aware of it, that is why they want to fight their way out of it. I just heard that China is putting its support behind the Ethiopian government today, that they said the Ethiopian people can handle their affairs, that people should not be interfering. That is how powers are supposed to behave, not interfere in countries constantly, telling them what to do with their country. Because they don't want you to grow. They are not interested in your own growth. They are interested in only theirs. And in this world, somebody talked about how they train our soldiers and all the rest of it. And, you know, everything in this world, yes, they will do all that. Sooner or later, when they find out that everything in this world is a double-edged sword, they'll find out they will give that person training, and the person will come for them. It depends. In this life, it depends. Everything you do is a transaction. It depends on what you make of your transaction. If they train you, use it for your own, capitalize on it and make it, amplify it. Whatever you do, you amplify it to empower your own people. If you don't amplify it, that's where you lose out. Everything that happens seems like, oh, it's compromising us. No, not necessarily. That's how they did it in India. They were giving India, aid and all the rest. India was taking the aid and building their nuclear technology. Please give us aid. Our people are dying of hunger. They will take it and build their space stations. Oh, look at us. We are dying. Give us money. They will give India more money. India will use it to build their IT industry. Soon they discover that, okay, why are we giving this for money? They are going to be richer than us soon. This is what I mean. It's what you do with whatever you get. We get it and we shut up our mouth and we just undermine our own systems. If we get it, we build our own systems and get stronger. Sooner or later, they will start thinking, this is not working for us. We should stop giving them money. And we will start building our own by ourselves. There is no reason why we can't. Africa is massive. It's crazy how big Africa is compared to the rest of the world. And I think that's probably why we are still standing today, because it's still, how many people do you need to man that kind of continent? That's why we are still standing today. And we should start pulling our own weight. I can't believe it. When you look at the landmass alone, how we are still behind in so many different things. But I'm glad that some of the things I'm hearing from African leaders today seems to be moving in the right direction. And like I said, you always have to watch them. Watch what they do, not only what they say, because sometimes they will say one thing and go and do something else behind the scenes. We have to watch what they do. And on the ground on the continent today, what you see on the ground, apart from where we are right now, people are being divided further and further, actually, on the ground. If you go on the ground, all people know is that, oh, the next door neighbor is from Oromo or this, or the next door neighbor is Hausa or Fulani. This is what is going on the ground. And we have to find a way to combat it in an efficient way. We've talked about this in the previous discussions. We have to find a way to combat this. And the final one, on my last appearance here, I said something about using as little power and as little resources to achieve the highest goals. Then I recommended that we should approach the African Union and Peace and Security Council. Guess what? The South African president said that they are already on the path of trying to silence the gun. They use the terms silence the guns on the continent. Not a moratorium, not a clear-cut moratorium. And they are trying to put instruments in place to prevent conflicts on the continent. In other words, similar stuff as I was talking about. But I think if you make it you give it a timeline. You said, okay, for so and so period, don't carry weapons. Because if you say silence the gun permanently, people will be like, you are shutting them up. And they will find that hard to follow. But if you tell them, silence the gun, while we have time to catch our breath and build, otherwise we will all lose our lands.
You want me to tell you how to silence the guns? Africa got to conjoin the armies that it already have. It's like this. If the African leaders become friends and start speaking like Ramaphosa, the first I'm hearing of him speaking that way, and if we start speaking like Julius Malema and even the president of Kenya, so therefore the armies can be one. So what happened is, having the armies at one, then there will be no rebel or whatever that can overwhelm the army of Africa, because that's what it gonna be, the army of Africa. So every country have their
that is what Ramaphosa is doing. That is what he's talking about. He's saying that I don't think it's only him. I think there are other leaders that are doing it. And this is the problem with them. They don't say it loud enough for Africans to hear what is happening, so that people lend their voices and power to them. Why? How can you be doing something like that? You're talking about silencing the guns. You see the terms that they use, silencing the guns. That doesn't convey a serious move.
So what you're saying is we're not rude enough.
We should be speaking louder from the pulpit.
We're not bossy enough. So African leaders should be making declarations. So that's what they're not doing. You see me? Yeah. Like, for instance, we want all army together, doing the same thing at the same time. You understand? Speak it loud in the universe. They don't do that.
See, for me, it's so simple. It's very simple. Say anybody that takes up arms against the other will face the wrath of other Africans. There's no way they are going to be allowed to win it. And
Senator, your mic is echoing really bad.
I think it's from Econ Fire. If you tell them that, okay, for 30 years, Africa needs a breather. We need to breed. And if you, after 30 years, we'll look whether we can extend that further again. But the idea behind it is that because if you tell people just silence this thing, it's harder for them to sign on to it. Think about it. They will think, oh, if I silence it, then this people will just take advantage of me, because they will think, okay, they are ahead right now. They have an advantage. Why should I stop? So people will find it hard to stop. It's like whenever you want to stop any war, what tends to happen is that during the last minute of the war, that's when it gets most intense, because everybody wants to get an advantage over the other. But if they know that there's a chance that, okay, I will be allowed after 30 years to get back to this, even if in reality they may never come back again, they will find it easier to accept, because if it becomes so overwhelming after 30 years, then they will have a case to get back into fighting. But we need that space, because the space is not for just because we love peace so much. It's because this is an existential situation here. We need that space to strengthen ourselves as a continent, so that we are not overrun. Because that's what's happening right now. So we are not overrun. And if you let them know that, they will say, okay, I get you. I might be able to listen to you. And in reality, after 30 years, you could extend it further again. It might be easier for them to extend it further, because you will have future generations that have come onto the continent that are probably used to traveling around the continent with a common passport, that have a continental free trade agreement that is functioning, that have so many diaspora that has returned. So the continent, the face of the continent would have changed in 30 years' time. But it would be easier today to tell people that in 30 years' time, if you have any grievances, you can bring it up for people to discuss. And if you feel like you want to go into fight, you can do that. But for now, no way. We can't entertain it for so and so reason. But I think the approach right now to say silence the gun indefinitely is more of an idealistic approach. If you use an idealistic approach when people are in pain and they hate their neighbors and all the rest, they will find it hard to sign on to that. This is the issue I feel that they are missing, because they are not telling them the reason why because you don't tie it to the reason why you really need to silence the gun today. You have to let them know. They have to have a reason why they want to put their gun down against their own neighbors. You let them know how their forefathers fell because of this fight they are fighting with each other. You let them know that if they don't silence the gun now, they will not even have any land to fight for before long, because of the way the continent is being overrun. You let them know all these things, that it's in their interest. If they find that it's in their interest to silence the gun, then they are more likely to sign on to it. And remember, if they sign on to it, that means that they are agreeing that an African force is ready to come to stop them if they pick up arms. That will empower the African force to keep peace on the continent, and woe betide any other group that decides that is the time they want to come and cause trouble on that continent, because then it will be easier to isolate that group. And if it's the Russians, if it's the Americans, if it's the Chinese, it will be easier to isolate them, because we now know that Africans, if they come at each other, it's unacceptable, like the Europeans do. The Europeans did that using NATO. They just basically put one simple law. You attack any NATO country, you attack all of them. This is why England cannot attack France, France cannot attack Spain, Spain cannot attack Germany. If you attack them, you are at war with the other NATO countries. That's what we need. We need something like that. They are trying to do it on the African continent, which is a good thing. That's why I say if we approach the Peace and Security Council and say, you need to make more noise about this. You need to make it a continent-wide broadcast where African leaders come together and say, this is what we want to do.
So I'm going to leave.
So just before you leave, for your comment on the Common Army for all African nation, and we touched base on the NATO. NATO, by definition, is North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Okay, so we need SATO. SATO would be South Atlantic Treaty Organization. That's how you're going to be uniting, because we're going to match to match. And anything else that's going to help us to build that is welcome.
I think that's what Gaddafi was trying to build before they killed him.
Yep.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah,
No.
Hey, listen, man. I'm gonna say this. We ain't doing nothing with those people, bro. I'm telling you.
Who people you talking about?
We can't. Them North Africans.
Okay, hold on, Rasta, Rasta. Can I just say something? Because I've been listening to you, saying how we have to unite, we have to push these people out, we have to do this, we have to do that. But you got to think in the present too. See, you think I think that you're thinking nothing's wrong with what you're saying, but right now we need to know what we have to do, what we can do now. You see, what we can do now is not tell any African leaders that they need to unite. No, the African leaders, they are following us here. They're listening to us. You guys think they're not listening to us? It's because Abiy got moral from his people in the diaspora and other Africans, why he felt so confident to march out on the front line and go to these places where they had war and encourage his soldiers. What you're talking about, Rasta, is not applicable right now. That's how I feel. It's not applicable for us to just go to African leaders and say, you all need to unite. No. It's not applicable at all.
All right. Listen, big bro. I understand totally what you're saying. You feel me? But I want to do a mathematics with you. Some mathematics. Okay? So, a generation can be taught in like 20 years, right? So you can teach a set of people for 20 years and they all know what you taught them and do what you tell them for you understand? So what I'm trying to say to you is, what's his name? Gaddafi has been at the helm of Libya, all Libya, right? So he has been at the helm of all Libya, right? Therefore, if he's a nice guy, okay, whatever you is gonna rub off on the people. I'm telling you. So if he's a nice guy, if he's a black patriot, or if he just even sympathize with black people, you know what gonna happen over those 30, 40 years that he has been installed in Libya? Those people would be at least a semi-pro-black people, or a people that would be tolerant for black people. So my math in my head, how I see it is, he was raising savages, and he was also a savage. You feel me? Because as soon as he died, because he was raising these savages that killed him, you feel me? So as soon as he died, they start enslaving black people if they wasn't doing it before and you didn't hear about it. So me, in my silly self, don't trust none of them. You feel me? There's the Tabu people. They suffering in Libya since he was alive. You feel me? And them the only ones I love in Libya. You feel me? Let me tell you, man, don't trust nobody and stop wanting to do business with them and integrating with them. Because let me tell you, when you go to their domain, you will be less than. You feel me? You can't tell me nothing. Go to Egypt, whatever. A lot of them will laugh, but don't let them get mad at you. You feel me? They'll wipe you off the map. Same with Tunisia, same with Algeria, same with Libya, and same with Morocco. You feel me? We need to have this type of behavior where we act like rich people and stop wanting to be friends with poor people. You feel me? Because the people that want that be smiling in your face, they're only doing it for your riches. So this is how I see things, and that's what I have to say to the black people, not the buffer class. You see me? Black people. Be mindful of who you want to associate with, because if you rich, then you need to know when people want to be your friend. That's the reason. Okay. It's not because you're a human being.
Rastaman, just one question. I just want to ask you, are you saying that we should not work with anybody in North Africa, like those people in Libya and those places?
I'm saying that we should play the hypocrite role, and the soonest chance we get rid of them. That's how I say it.
This is why I tell you guys.
See
This
me?
is why I
We
really
should
want.
also listen. We should also play segregation, not within ourselves, but with them. You feel me? We need to make sure.
I just want to tell you guys, I need you guys to see the analogy that I made about the swarm of sardines. Because we need to watch nature and mimic nature.
Yes, I understand. But the same thing, that's the same thing I'm saying, really.
Okay.
Swarm together. You feel me? Not with the Boers. We're not because they're here for 300, 400 years. We say, oh, they Africans. No. Hold on. I'm gonna say this. Reciprocal. What it means. What goes around comes around. So that means if people here in Africa are not treating us kind, they need to go. Or we not need to stop trying to be friends with them. I'm gone.
Guys, what I'm gonna ask is, that I'm just gonna mute. Yeah. Okay. I was just asking. Since we're about to close very soon, so I'm gonna just need 2 minutes. Question or comment, and then Nati's gonna close in terms of answering your questions or your points, and then we'll have another topic of this nature. Tomorrow we'll be talking about Tanzania. Please feel free to join us again tomorrow, as we'll be celebrating with the people of Tanzania, and a lot of things that have happened in Tanzania in the last 60 years, the achievements, the failures, anything that will come into mind about Tanzania tomorrow. It's already Independence Day in Tanzania, but in many countries, I know you guys are still 7-6 hours behind, and but in Africa, East African time, it's already Thursday. And so yeah, in closing, please just keep it short. 2 minutes comment or question, and then Nati will answer or add a comment to whatever you've contributed, and then we will be saying shalom. I'm gonna just start with Josie.
Okay.
2 minutes, and then we go to Brother Rich, and then we go to Niger, and then Biggie, then Nati will be closing for us.
Hey, I'll talk to just 1 minute, and I'll give my 1 minute to Josie, because he wants to say something and he didn't get the chance, so you got 3 minutes.
Okay, no
Thank you very
problem.
much. Thank you very much. Okay. I want to raise a point, but before that, on my previous comment, I didn't mean that we don't have to go throughout the world. That is a big chance, and it continues, because since we live in a world of scarcity, we need help, and we've got to offer help to others, and this is how we live in this world. That is what you should have to understand from my point of view. Next, regarding the intruding nature of so-called Western countries, let me raise one question, and this is something every Africans should be in their mind. Where were they when there was different massacres made in Ethiopia for about 28 years? Because I can raise some examples. For example, massacres made during in Bishoftu on a celebration, or on a worship being made by Oromo people on a Recha. Again, there were different relocations and migrations of people from Somalia and different parts of the world, Ethiopia, during last regime. Where were they? Where was their assistance, their help? What is there behind their motivation? What is motive behind? What is motive behind their conspiracy, present conspiracy to help Tigrayan people to come as a mediators between Tigrayans and Ethiopians? What motive is there? Where were they during last 28 years massacre and different unfair acts of government? That is my question. The second point is, what was a real result for coming as a mediation between Ethiopia and Eritrea? You know, I have a story of a town called Dabarik. This town was named after meditation made, unfair meditation made between a victim to individuals. The decision was made against the victim, and thereby the town was called Dabarik, which means unfair meditation. This is what Americans and UN made when they become mediators between Ethiopia and Eritrea. They made the land NOP, meaning no peace, no war. And the decision made was unfair. And so they do things like that. And I wonder what motivated them to help Tigrayans. Is it really to help Tigrayans? Is it really an objective that is tried or that is made effort on to make peace in Africa, in East Africa? That's my question. So this is what should be realized. What should be investigated? I don't think it is fair. And so we have to look at things deeply. Lastly, I would like to comment you to invite scholars from different fields of study on this channel to give their expertise idea on building our unity of Africa and so forth. Thank you very much. Love, peace, prosperity for Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Josie. You should join us more often. This has been a great contribution. Bring another view that a lot of people sometimes don't really raise, but please feel free to join us more often. You are more than welcome. And thank you for being with us tonight. And I'll be going to Brother Rich. Yeah. Wow. Brother Rich.
Yes. Yeah, so it was a good chat again. My energy was up. I like this vibration. Feeling the vibration, I'm telling you. So there's a lot of energy.
You wanted me to show that clip, right?
Yes, please. If you can just show them like for 1 second, because I want you guys to see what I mean. See, the reason why I find this interesting is because we don't have. I don't think it's us that's going to. I don't think it's the leaders themselves are going to move themselves. We have to move them, and they're moving while we are talking, while we are discussing, while we are brainstorming. They're moving. And how we approach these type of media warfare. But if you look at a swarm of sardines, they have no leaders and they move in unison. They know they're going to be attacked. They sense the danger. They're moving, they gather together as one and they create something like a tornado because it intimidates their bigger prey like the sharks. that buys them time. It doesn't save them, it buys them time because they know they're still weaker. And we have to admit, this is one thing I think I should have told the Jamaican Rastaman there that was talking. We don't like to admit when we've lost. We lost the battle. And the battle is still going on and we are still losing. And we have to admit it. We are dealing with an alien force in Africa. It's an alien force that invaded Africa and we are still dealing with them. They came with guns where we had arrows. And they're still coming with guns and they're developing more weapons and they're bringing them still. And we don't have the capacity to develop those weapons yet. Maybe we do, who knows? But we're not really doing it yet. So we have to admit that we've lost the battle, but the war is not done yet. And we have to use our abilities, whatever abilities we have as a unison, we have to use that ability in order to push forward. A million of us standing together, 1 billion of us standing together is better than one president going to represent us. We have more power than that one president. So that's what I was trying to explain to the Rastaman, because I think that we want to see changes on the macro level. What we're forgetting is the micro level, and more activity on the micro level is what creates change on the macro level. So now we have to dig within ourselves now and try to figure out what can we do as people on the micro level in order for there to be macro changes, not what need to be done on the macro level. The macro level will change when the micro level changes. And the Rastaman, I think he had a big picture. Most of us, that's how most of us approach these problems, the big picture in mind already. It's good to have the big picture in mind and focus on it, but we still need to take one step every day to make sure that whatever big picture we see in our head, we are moving towards it. If we just say, this is what needs to be done, and that's it. No, we have to move one step closer every day by actually creating situations where we can defend ourselves even if we're weaker. We can try to defend ourselves. And that's why I was saying one time that's why I say all the time that we need to make our nationalities fluid, because you see how these swarm of Saudi moving? They break apart when the shark go in. When the shark comes in between them, they break apart, but they still come back together. They break apart so that the shark don't eat all of them, but they still come back together at the end. You think they can just you think those Sardines can just run away? But they know if they run away, they're gonna be the weakest link in this thing. It's better if they move with how this whole system of them moving. It's better that they move like that, and then come back together, and then break apart, then come back together. But you only break apart when you only break apart slightly when you're being attacked. That is, we are the Sardines there, and the shark just surrounding us, and we're thinking that individualism is gonna help. It's not gonna help us. We're thinking that just saying things on the macro level is gonna help. That's not gonna help us either. It is a lot of changes on the micro level that's gonna help us to buy ourselves time so that we can end up developing weapons and those things so that we can defend ourselves. But for now, we have to admit that we are they have put us in a subjugated position. They have put us in a permanent consumer base, where even the weapons we need to protect ourselves have to come from our enemies. So you know, these people insult our intelligence every day. And that's all I was saying. But it was a good conversation again. And I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you, Rich. It's a pleasure seeing you here. And I also want to acknowledge our brother from Jamaica as well. St. Kitts and Jamaica represented. We are yet to see more Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, Cuba, so many nations. Those in the Caribbean, those Caribbean islands. We are praying for more of those people to come and share. And it's always a pleasure hearing you representing. In fact, I would say you're you're representing the whole Caribbean, because you are mostly here than anyone else. You know. Thank you very much. Of course,
no problem, man.
Thank you very much for your contribution always. Brother Niger.
Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Were you referring to
me? The floor is yours, bro.
Oh, yes. Thanks. Sorry about that. I was a little bit distracted. Oh, yeah. Like I said earlier on, I think we want to use work as efficiently as possible. Use everything we've got to do what we can to get ourselves out of this mess, because it's going to take that. It's going to take that, and maybe, in short, not maybe, likely more than you think, to get ourselves out of this. Because the moment you think you know what it's going to take, you're probably off by 2.5 times, and you always have to redouble and expect the unexpected all the time. At the heart of all this, is immunity to division. We don't want to start seeing each other as different from each other. If we work together, there's no way these things, at least, even if you don't work together, don't turn on each other. That's the most important thing. The turning on each other is where the real damage is done. And let's march forward with all the advantages we can muster for ourselves. And like I said, pull the levers that are easier to pull. There's always a low-hanging fruit out there. Go for those ones first, because there's no point going to, doing something hard when you can do it faster and easier with a simple move. Because you can go nation by nation, or you can go straight to AU and take over the AU. It's that simple. And sometimes it's just choosing the best option to achieve the results you want. It's not always about, passion and all the rest of it. You can be passionate all you want. You keep running through walls. You're not going to get too far. You need keys. You need intelligence to get to where you need to get to. And, from yesterday, I'm quite, uplifted by some of the things I'm hearing and the kind of conformity that's coming from the continent right now. And they are a kind of dismissal of some of the behavior of the West, really. They are beginning to see that these people don't mean us well. It's like they didn't know before. They should have known, but they are beginning to be able to speak up. You see African leaders coming together. Ramaphosa, that guy is, you guys, South Africans should protect him more. That guy is making a lot of noise, and a lot of leaders are backing him. Everything he's saying. He was in Senegal today. I saw him and the Senegalese leader come out and they make a common statement. They're even demanding a seat in the UN Security Council now. That's a permanent seat in the UN Security Council, where they can be able to have the same powers as the powers that are in the Security Council, the permanent members. So this type of move is what will get us somewhere. It's so easy. You can even feel it when he's talking, that how easily these leaders have the power to rally Africans. And this is why I think we have to look at the right places to pull the lever, because they're already on our side. Some of them are already on our side. You just have to push them. Say, go this direction, go this direction. We're all with you. They should know that the youths are with them. I don't even know that they know that. I'm not even sure they know that the youths are with them. All they know is that they think they're doing the best for the continent. You've never seen them make this type of speeches with the crowd of people, Africans, listening to them. They always say these type of things when intellectuals are there, in some kind of forum or symposium or seminar. That is not where people should be hearing these things. They should be hearing these things in their 9 o'clock news, in campaigns and stuff like that. That's where they need to hear it, because that takes them away from looking at their next door neighbors as their enemies. That's where it really matters. And that's where we come in. We need to be pushing them in that direction, that, yeah, it's all good you share this idea, but I notice that where you are saying these things is where the elites are. You're not saying these things where the people will actually hear you. Move it in that direction, and you start seeing that the people themselves will be choosing leaders that represent those this in vision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Niger. Always appreciate your contribution, and you always bringing a lot of insight. Thank you very much for always being here and supporting us, and supporting everyone who's listening at home. And I'm not sure, Biggie, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. I'm just listening in. It's a lot of things that's been discussed again today. I don't know if you all noticed that this platform is more educational and understanding how we all are connected spiritually, mentally, physically, putting our thoughts, our way of doing things to help Africa. It's just amazing. I just want to say happy Independence Day, Tanzania. And for the first time, listening to your national anthem with translation, it makes my heart warm because you started with God Bless Africa. That's in the national anthem. It was not just about God bless Tanzania. Tanzania was not selfish, but she extended her love in her national anthem. God bless Africa. I can't tell you any better than that, because here we are with the grace of Xavier, being able to express our dearest love for one another on one platform. This didn't happen last year. It just happened, 30 days ago? And look at where we're moving toward, understanding our leaders, trying to help our leaders. We came in with no more in November. This didn't happen last year. This is the end of the year. And we're having so much movement. Not only we are awake, but we are awakening the whole world. We are moving the world. It is very important that each of you that are here on this small platform, but big, big, big when it's viewed around the world. And believe me, people have chances to hear on what we commented. And I'm very sure our leaders are listening some of the word that we're putting. And Mika, thank you so much that you're putting so much effort, so much time, and everything that you believe in this One Africa movement with all your interviews. It's a big achievement. I really thank you, Mika. And for those of us that are really putting information out there, as spiritually gifted African, we're already united in a heart, in spiritual world. Now it's just how to bring it to this physical world and make it happen for the peace and love of One Africa. We have a long road to go, but each of us are responsible. Like I said, every African citizen is responsible for his action and for his being African, and to prove African that we can do better. We're going to give this torch to the next generation. Let's build on that. I love you all. Again, happy 60 years of independence, Tanzania. We love you. We're with you. Just the way you're celebrating in spiritual, in everything that I got, I'm celebrating with you guys. And I'll be talking to you tomorrow. May Xavier be with you. Peace be upon Africa and the world. People that are suffering, our South African brothers and sisters with this new variant that tried to silence them from traveling. And for all the other 8 nations, actually, there were 10 nations now that's been banned from this travel. And again, it's a lot of strain, but we pray with you and we are with you. May Xavier bless all of you.
Amen. Thank you very much, Biggie, for the wise words, and thank you for the prayer as well. God bless Africa. God bless the nation of Tanzania. God bless the land of Ethiopia. God bless the land of Nigeria. God bless the land of Kenya. God bless the land of Eritrea. God bless the land of Djibouti. God bless the land of Somalia. God bless the land of Cameroon. God bless the land of Central African Republic. God bless the land of Rwanda. God bless the land of Burundi. God bless the land of DRC. God bless the land of Congo Brazzaville. God bless the land of Gabon. God bless the land of Equatorial Guinea. God bless the land of Botswana. God bless the land of Guinea. God bless the land of Sierra Leone. God bless the land of Ghana. God bless the land of Mali. God bless the land of Senegal. God bless the land of Gambia. God bless the land of Lesotho. God bless the land of Mozambique. God bless the land of Zimbabwe. God bless the land of Namibia. God bless the land of South Africa. God bless the land of Morocco. God bless the land of Algeria. God bless the land of Libya. God bless the land of Algeria. God bless the land of Tunisia. God bless the land of Egypt. God bless the land of Sudan. God bless the land of South Sudan. God bless the land of Chad. God bless the land of Niger. God bless the land of Togo. God bless the land of Benin Republic. Wow, there's just so many countries. I know all of them, and I know there's just few that I might have not mentioned.
Madagascar.
Madagascar. God bless the land of Mauritius, Seychelles, Reunion Islands, Comoros, Cape Verde, Sao Tome and Principe, or something like that.
The 3 Guineas. Guinea
Yeah,
Guinea-Bissau, Guinea Equatorial.
Guinea-Bissau, yo, so Ivory Coast. God bless the land of Ivory Coast. How can I forget Ivory Coast? Wow.
That's how beautiful and how large we are.
So many. Wow. What a diverse and beautiful continent.
And God bless Africa. For all our Black Africans throughout the whole world.
Throughout the whole world.
The one that are fighting for our freedom. I
In
include
America,
that with the Caribbeans. The Caribbeans are really on top of this subject. Our Jamaican brother showed up. I see Trinidad and Tobago. I mean, I really, this is very exciting. May God bless you all.
Amen to all, even all the Caribbean countries, all the countries in Latin America, and even in the US and the UK or in Europe, wherever Africans are. We pray that you make it, and we pray that you are safe, and we pray that all that you are planning to do in all those nations may prosper, and may you do your families proud, and may you also be part of building this beautiful continent when you are making it out there. And I just want to ask Mr. Nati, sorry, I just Minister.
It's fine. Can I go ahead?
Yes, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. There is an African proverb, they widely known here in Africa. I'm sure people share it in various languages. I'm sure you are ready to laugh. They say, you cannot run and scratch your buttocks at the same time. They say you cannot run and scratch your buttock at the same time. What I'm trying to say is that our African ancestors, did say this on purpose, that they are trying to say that you cannot do one thing and do another at the same time. But during our conversation, two things emerged under a disguise of confusion. I don't know how you guys were following the conversation, but I was just trying to summarize what was happening today. For many people, many people express themselves that we are not going anywhere. We are just running at the same time, scratching our buttocks. But I think we have achieved something. And what I'm trying to say is that there are two schools which formed today. I don't know, Ezra, if you have paid attention. Two schools of thought here in this Pan-African movement emerged. The first is depending on this unison that Ridge was talking about. We need to move in unison. We need to be united and move in a certain pattern to protect ourselves. And somehow bring this image of a monster when we come together. Our bigger picture shows. And under this moving in unison, two things emerged. The one school went into, let's go into an armed struggle, resistance, and let's fight back. I don't know if you got that vibe. While the others, I will mention like Luneta, like Michael Asafa. He commented, and I was reading the comments and following. Luneta, they said, no, it's not about armed struggle and resistance. Also, systematic struggle should be there. We need to fight back systematically because it's a systematic segregation that's been imposed on us. So these two schools emerged. How do we move in unison? One said in armed struggle, let's throw away the system, let's bring down the house, while the other said, let's go systematically one after the other. Indeed, both are important. But as I've said, I will quote also Luneta because I don't want to bring in my own conclusion. I want to bring the conclusion that was really thrown in the discussion room. I want the conclusion to come out from the people who participated. Luneta said, let's get our antennas up and inquire what is coming from where. And it is true. We need to inquire. We need to question. What are we bringing into Africa? Where is the source? Let us critically look into it. And that's what Luneta meant by getting our antennas. Examining facts, exactly. And the right study. And this is what I was advocating. Education helps us being critical. Otherwise, when some of us are pointing towards the sun, half of the crowd will be looking at the finger that is pointing instead of looking at the sun. So in order to change our narrative, we need to go systematically. And this already is happening. Tunisia talked about the South African how do you pronounce the name? I'm having really difficult.
It's Ramaphosa.
Ramaphosa. Yes, yeah. Ramaphosa. And it is important because Tunisia brought in South Africa strongly, and we've been also looking at the back. Remember, South Africa, in as much as the independence came late, the most education and lesson that we learned from our wound, the source is South Africa. That's where the most lesson is learned. So South Africa is the handbook in which or from which Africa should learn its independence, the pros and cons, and how to fight back. And the second point, armed struggle, yes, we educate our children, we become critical thinkers, but if things should go sour, resistance through armed struggle is obvious. So these two are very, very important. And today, the South African, the Ethiopian Prime Minister are changing the narratives. And I'm sure the Eastern African community is joining the same narrative to say no more and creating our own narratives. And I gave you a platform where until the lion learns to speak, the tales of the hunter will always favor the hunter. This saying is that we need to change the narrative towards our own. No one should speak on behalf of Africa. Let's write our own narratives through systematic struggle and resistance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our Minister Nathi. It's always a great hearing from your insight and your analysis. And I'm sure our viewers and our subscribers have been learning and taking notes. And there was so many topics. I guess that's why you said, like, there was so many conversation that came out of this today. I think another one that it was the topic about aid as well. That was also raised by, I think, Ellery in the beginning. So it was also an interesting one, how everyone viewed it and how they responded to it.
Yes. Actually, Ellery ran away. I wish he was here because he brings a lot to the table. But I think today he was not online pretty much. But yes, so let's learn from one another. Let's change our narratives. And let's bring the lived experience into a systematic no more movement. Thank you so much, Ezra, for facilitating. And tomorrow we'll come back with
Nathi, I want to thank you.
Thank you so much, Biggie.
Really, I want to thank you for standing. It's so late in Africa. Both of you, Israel and Nathi, and everybody that is in this platform that is on the east coast of Africa or any part of Africa. This is late night. And I really appreciate everybody else. No, I mean, really, really, we are like 4 hours and 22 minutes, and that's a lot of hours. And you know what? I thought it was like a minute, to tell you honestly. I didn't even feel it. Even nobody felt this, you know. I mean, this is the longest really on topics. And I know whenever there's a rally or anything else, it's just yeah, the rally takes place and then we discuss about it and everything. But this is really one of the longest. And I really thank you all for being patient. And this is something that we struggle inside of us. And we are really spiritual human beings. We are spiritual. We have our own spirit when it comes to Africa. And standing together like that, it's just, I mean, it means a lot. It means a lot. And then we have to have another some session where we're going to appreciate our leaders that are doing the right thing, so they can hear that they're doing a good job. And and that's going to be something that we can put fire to help them to keep warm, and they are supported. And that's one of the unity of understanding all different leaders that we have in Africa and going the right direction. So we need to really thank them for leading us into the right directions, because every nation, every leader is responsible for this unity. So anybody that's moving toward that unity, we need to praise them. We need to bring them on discussion. Our forefathers that funded the first OAU and did a lot of work, and we need to bring them out too. So we learn through what they did start, and we're going to take that torch and move to this Pan-African movement. And that torch is still lit, never went dark, and we're here. Thank you so much. I don't know how much more I can really deeply express myself on how happy I am into these conversations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Biggie, for the words of encouragement. And I just want to also respond to Fact Zwidi. I want to just say again, God bless Angola and God bless Zambia. And also God bless the warm heart of Africa. We had a Malenga from Malawi, also one of my favorite countries. God bless Malawi. And yeah, it's been it looks like it was a minute, Biggie, as you said. And it is indeed time was just flying. And I still also want to challenge our sister Luneta. I think Nati, you had had something to say to Luneta.
I don't know how to address Luneta. Is a she? Or
yeah, Luneta has been I think has been with us before.
Okay, so thank you so much. I see great input from this person, and I was saying that we were about to issue a search warrant. So this person goes in and out, gives a point or two. I wish we could have exhausted some ideas together in the platform, but there is always next time.
Yeah.
Thank you for facilitating also, Ezra. Thank you so much. You can close it up at this point.
Okay, thank you very much. And
Josie thank you.
Before we conclude in prayer, sorry about that, Natty. I just cut you off. Again, I want to remind everybody that December 10th, we got a big rally in Washington, D.C. We're going to start marching from State Department all the way to the Capitol here. And any African, please join us. This is what we show our solidarity, our unity. Let's voice that with no more. And this is not just Ethiopian Eritrean struggle. This is African struggle. And please join us December 10th. We start at 9 o'clock in the morning. We're going to march from State Department all the way to the Capitol. And we have a great spot in Capitol. For some good reason, they gave us a good spot where everybody can hear from different speakers, and it will be very nice. And as it comes close, which is one more day now, it's so funny that I'm looking at the future. It's Thursday today in Africa, but it's back to future type of thing, you know. But I'll give you an update on if I can get who's going to be speaking on the podium and everything else. I'll update everybody. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll also make it tomorrow, today or tomorrow for you, since we are already in on Thursday. We're already on December 9th today. So as we'll be celebrating Tanzania, and later on, please come in as well and just also narrate the message again for those who might have already left the platform. And then we'll take it from there. And guys, please don't forget to subscribe. Turn on the notification button so that you can get the notification when we start the live streams, and be part of the conversation from the start. Unlike getting the conversation in the middle, that sometimes you miss out on a lot of things that we discuss here. Nati, I think you had something that you wanted to say quickly.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I was thanking one of the participants, Josie from Olega, for his input. Just to say thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Josie. It was a pleasure hearing his points. He had some good points there, and really, that's why, as I told him, that he's more than welcome to join us as often as he wants. The platform, he's now part of the family. Can come and dine with us and be part of this family going forward.
Hey, by the way, Isra, can you
Yes.
put a video together tomorrow when all the celebration goes on in Tanzania, and a few things
Yes.
that you might put in together? That'd be great.
Yeah, I'm gonna. In fact, we're gonna close again with the national anthem. I wish Mika was here as well, but we're gonna do we're gonna close with the national anthem after prayer, and then I think it's also a bigger prayer. The national anthem already it's a prayer. I'm not also gonna take long in my prayer today, because the national anthem is already saying God bless Africa.
That's
of
right.
which this is why we are here, and we want the blessing of the Lord to be upon this continent, and for us to work hard and to build this continent to be what it should be and to reach its full potential. So we can pray. Thank you, Abba Father, for this day. Thank you, Father, that we were gathered together in peace, in joy, in wisdom, and in knowledge. We pray, Heavenly Father, as we are going in different places, that you walk with us, be with us. We pray, Heavenly Father, for your wisdom in all that we do. We pray, Heavenly Father, and we decree and declare that Africa is blessed, and Africa shall rise, and Africa shall reach its full potential. In Jesus' mighty name. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. God bless Africa.
Amen. God bless you. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night.
Good night, Biggie.
All right. Appreciate that, Israel. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna play something before you leave.
Absolutely.
There's I've selected the one that you asked that we do.
Yes.
I don't know if you saw earlier when I played the national anthem.
Mm-hmm.
Tanzania na watu wake. Tanzania, Tanzania, tubariki watoto wa Tanzania.
God bless Africa. God bless Tanzania.
God bless.
Night, Africa.
Good night.
Good night, Africa.
Let's meet. Yeah.
Sleep well. Sleep well.
Thank you very much for joining us tonight. It was a great time that we had with our Minister Nati, and the whole crew that came and had contributions and had questions. Please join us again today, already in Africa. I think Central Africa, we're already on a Thursday. East and Central Africa, we're already on a Thursday. For those who are in West Africa, on Thursday or just in a few hours' time, join us and be part of the conversation, as we'll be celebrating the independence of Tanzania. And we'll be celebrating with the people of Tanzania, and we'll also be celebrating with Mika. And there's going to be a lot that we want to talk about when it comes to Tanzania. So I'm sure tomorrow or today he will have a lot that he will want to share with the audience and everyone in Africa. So come and join and come and learn about the land and the beautiful land of Tanzania and its people, its culture, its history. And yeah, feel free to join us again. And then as we'll be talking about Tanzania, so don't miss out. And please don't forget to subscribe, turn on the notification. We are live every day on Swahili Nation. Share with family, share with friends, share with colleagues, wherever you are. This is how we can grow. Word of mouth is also a tool that you can use. Your social networks, your WhatsApp, your Twitter, whatever platform that you are using, please share this conversations that we have, and tell them that, hey, this is discussions that we need to be having as Africans. So from my side, see you guys tomorrow, and shalom.